is in session, and we'll see how that goes. So let's go ahead and just take a look at that.
You all right, Marshall?
Yes, I was starting the live stream for the YouTube.
Fair enough. I apologise for my really crappy briefing.
No, that's okay. You should see mine.
So yes, for the most part, we are to be defensive for the moment, at least until the arrival of Lestock. Then we can afford to be aggressive. We obviously don't know where they are deploying, so we have to keep an eye out. And for that, we will make use of, where are they? Cossacks! Use those Cossacks like they're meant to be used. Throw them out there as screens and scouts, but don't let them engage. Because, well, if they engage other cavalry, they will generally lose. So, let me know of questions.
What if we
I want
push them
to.
into Elyau?
Say again.
What if we just push them to the river line in Elyau?
That's assuming they start on this side of it, on this side of the lakes.
I mean,
It's
there
even
was
better
a.
if they don't, by the way.
We had a battle yesterday where they pushed us out of Elyau. This is the second day of the battle.
Yeah, this is the second day. Although the first day was really more of a skirmish.
I wanted to say that we have to we have to keep in mind that the Wolf's third corps is coming from the south.
Yeah, although again, it may be changed slightly, given that we can deploy anywhere, and I chose to deploy here. So yeah, Davu should be arriving from this way. Who else was speaking for a second?
I have
Budget.
no comments.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm still thinking we should be defensive for the moment. From there, we will wait until Lestock arrives before mounting a general assault.
Can I comment on strategy?
Yeah.
I suggest that we try to keep our right flank as fresh as possible, and then when Lestock arrives, use them as oblique order to break the French right, while doing everything in our power to hold the center and left flank.
That works, in my opinion. Any other comments? Ideas?
The left flank has a couple of lakes and a forest that makes a pretty good strategic position. So if we put some units in that forest, they are pretty well defended, and it's harder to flank them because of the lakes.
Yeah, give me 1 second, my doorbell.
All right, and just for those of you on the live stream, we are in a 30-minute briefing period where we will be deciding what our strategy is going to be. It looks to me like we've been told to play defensively, and we are waiting on some reinforcements. The French are also expected to get major reinforcements, and I am concerned that they're going to try something silly on the flanks, but we'll see what the CIC decides.
My apologies.
And my apologies as well, because I'm here and I'm live streaming. Sorry, guys, we're open.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Have commands
Okay.
been assigned to players yet?
They have not, so...
It looks like I've already been assigned second core, but that just might be a hangover from last time. But if there aren't any objections, I can just stay on Tolstoy.
Yeah, you can take Tolstoy.
Okay.
We'll expect a book out of you about your experiences later.
Wrong Tolstoy!
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
But there are 2 Tolstoys here.
And both are wrong. Because original Tolstoy, yeah. He was
Oh.
fighting in Sevastopol.
Do
we
you
have
have
documents yet? Or
We have an insane amount of artillery.
Yes. We just don't have the greatest amount of supplies if we're going strictly by history.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a reinforcing column that's coming in?
No. This is the Army Reserve.
Okay. I wouldn't mind dealing with that if that's available.
Yep, you can take Kamansky in the 14th.
Okay.
Just clarify the map. Is the black line a river?
The one next to the red line?
Yeah, that follows
Yeah.
the road, sort of. Yeah, okay then.
This, yeah.
It's a river valley.
Yeah, but it's all frozen.
Alright.
So
Yeah,
doesn't
it's all
matter.
frozen and it's less river, more stream.
Okay.
It is. From the map, though, it looks like it's much lower than what we're on, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got Tolstoy and we have Marshall taking
Kaminsky.
Kaminsky, yeah.
All right.
I can
Can I
take
by
the
chance-
7th on the left flank.
Yep, you can take the 11th then.
I think
Seven.
I can take
Seven.
whatever is
7th, sorry.
Yeah, on the left flank. So
Who is Doctor of?
Can I take the one next to the 7th?
Which would be Samot. Yeah, the 4th
I'd like to
was
take.
Samot.
Wait, can I
I'll-
take the reserve?
Someone already has the reserves.
Can I take a cavalry unit?
Which one's free?
Yeah, can I take the 3rd core? Like in the center?
Hold on a sec.
I'll take the 2nd core then.
I was gonna say I volunteer for second, but whatever.
Well, there's probably more people here than commands.
There
so
is.
We can always have 2 in each.
Okay.
I'll take the 2nd or the 8th.
I can take the Prussians.
Alright.
Can I?
Even
can
though
I
with
share
that I'm
those with you then?
risking that I'm not going to do anything during the game because it's going to be over before I even arrive, but
Who has a second?
I do.
Tolstoy.
Yeah, Tolstoy second.
Okay.
I renamed myself as.
And what
I'll
is
take 8th then.
what is your username so I can grant you permission to the channel?
It's approvable, but it looks like I already have permission for the channel.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I stayed on Tolstoy's second core, because I just thought that would be easier.
Okay. What about the 3rd core? Who's 3rd core?
I
I'll-
want to take it.
Austin
Alright.
Sacker.
Yeah, Austin.
Alright then, can I
Just
double
like
up?
the 8th.
Okay. And what's the player name
For the 8th?
for Austin Sacken?
Okay.
It's Max Lost.
How's it spelled?
MAXLOST.
Okay. That should be you. Okay, and you should see it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks, Marshall.
of course. Alright, the 4th core Somov.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, and you are... And I have to ask because I can't see your channel or name or anything.
My name is Samo, 4th Division.
Okay. Done. Alright, you should now have permission for it. Okay, and then 5th core Tukov.
Yeah.
Tukov.
Maybe me?
Okay. Name?
Bobis. Bobis.
Okay. Done. That's assigned to you. Okay. Okay. Duke Doktorov.
I'll take it.
Okay. Name?
Burned onion.
Brand Onion?
I
A
burned
burned
onion. I
onion.
can change my name. What's his name? Duke Durov?
The 7th?
Well, it's the member or username is all. How's it spelled?
One, no spaces, no capitals. A burned onion.
Okay,
I got the
I got
7th
it. All right, you're
already.
good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, done deal. All right. The 7th Corps Duke Torov. Did I just do that one?
Yeah, that's for me right now. 7th Corps Duke Durov.
I think the only one we haven't done is Essen, but the 8th.
I volunteer for that. She host.
All right.
Did I do this wrong?
Okay, I apologize. I was meant to give you a red Saturday. Sorry.
Okay, so who has 8th Corps Essen?
She host.
Okay. And I've got more than one G host or ghost.
Not ghost. JIHOST.
JI. Okay, got it. Done. All right, you should see the channel now. Kaminsky's me. Okay, and then the Prussian. Who is the Prussian command?
That would be me.
And you are? How do I spell your name?
HARCZ. I think that's enough.
Okay, perfect. Yep, there it is. Done. All right, we got it. Okay, everybody should have roles and see your channel. If you do not, let me know and I can tweak it. And then do we have anybody who needs to see a channel who's playing as second in command, chief of staff to an existing command?
Yeah.
Want to make sure everybody has a spot.
Who's in control of the 14th?
That would be Marshall.
Can I go to both second in command?
Okay, that's Shay.
Che.
Okay, and you want to be in what channel? This Commander-in-Chief channel or a different one?
Second?
I'm not sure where you want to go.
Fifth. 5.
The 5th Corps?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you access to the 5th Corps channel. And members of roles. Che, okay, done. Alright, so you now have access to the 5th Corps channel. Anyone else?
Yes.
Anyone else need access to a channel, please?
I seem to have lost access to the 7th Corps channel.
Okay, let me... Permission... Okay, how are we spelling your name?
I changed it as, or is it the username, the original one?
What's the change name?
7th Corps Doktorov.
Ooh. That's not showing up either.
Ooh.
Huh. Okay, let me see what's going on here. 7th Corps. Let me try this. Missions, add members or roles. DOK. Alright, let's try it this way. Oh, and it's, of course, right up there.
Okay, I got it back. Thank you.
Okay, you got it working?
Yeah, it's back.
Okay,
Thank you.
I couldn't figure it out, so. Alright, as long as everybody, does anybody need access to a channel, please?
I don't have a spot, but I think I'm just gonna leave then.
Okay, have you played before?
I have played before.
Okay. Alright, well, be sure to sign up for the grand game that's taking place in late January. You'll get a spot for that for sure.
In late January? Damn.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah,
thanks.
it's in the events now. It's Grand Gina Austedt. Big
Alright,
game.
thanks.
Okay, I think we're good. I think we're all kind of settled in and squared away. So, there we have it.
Is there more briefing, or should we start moving to our voice channels?
I would stay
Grim.
here until the lead umpire tells us to go to our channels, simply because they might have general instructions for everyone.
Fair point.
I was going to say, if anyone hasn't been assigned, they can always act as members of the staff.
And for those of you watching on the YouTube, I'm firing up my tabletop simulator, so pretty soon you'll have something to look at.
I once again apologise for my terrible briefings and displays.
Oh, no, it's fine. Fact is, we don't know exactly what they're going to do. We just know they're probably going to attack. So it's kind of hard to create a particular and specific briefing based on that.
Is there a specific way to write dispatches in this
Yes,
campaign?
there is. Really, the important thing is, well, actually, this might be a CIC thing to answer, but I can answer it, but I don't want to overstep my boundaries here.
By all means, Marshal.
Okay, so you put who it's to, you put who it's from, you put the time that you're sending it. I like to put the location where I am at, and then the location where it is going to. Few umpires play that strictly, but sometimes you'll get an umpire who is like, well, you have to send it to a certain spot and it's going to go there first. Generally,
Okay.
that's uncommon. And umpires will usually warn you if they're going to play that way. Otherwise, yeah, but definitely from to date and your location are important. And then just try to be concise. Don't write Moby Dick, just write something concise, clear, and to the point, and then that's it.
And do I write it in my channel, like 7th Corps? I write it there?
Yeah, write it in your text channel, and then just make sure that your umpire knows that you're sending a dispatch. You just tell them or tag them, whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes it helps to put at whoever your umpire is at the bottom of it, just because it'll give them a ping that they know there's a message for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to see my position on the map, so
I will restart it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we are split it in the channels, I want to bring up the fact that our cavalry is split evenly between all of the corps.
Yeah,
so
because, well, we don't have corps, technically.
Yeah, these are divisions.
What would we do in case of enemy huge cavalry attack?
So, in case they do Mirage thing, in this case, we will want to.
We can split off the cuirassiers to form a separate cuirassier corps.
Yeah, we could break them into the heavy cavalry reserve.
Looks like we have three of
Yeah,
them.
we do. We got Little Russians, St. George, Leaves.
In general, you want to use your heavy cavalry to break an enemy line or attack an enemy line that is wavering or has been softened. If you send cavalry to attack infantry that's well formed, you're going to lose your cavalry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Corsairs are also great at anti-cavalry melee.
They are, but I don't know how many times you're going to get to use them. So, yeah, you have to be very careful. Now, I don't know how strictly Red Baron is going to run cavalry. But I know, like, for the Grand Game coming up and the SoCal Advanced rules, cavalry is very limited. It's very powerful, but only if it's used correctly. And if you squander it, you lose it.
And it's also your eyes.
Yeah, well, that would be
Also-
your hussars and your dragoons, which you have in great numbers. Your Cossacks.
Yeah, we got Cossacks especially. Cossacks will be great for it.
Yeah, use them on the screen, and even if all they do is dance around the edge of the map, that will distract them, and they'll be very concerned with being, counterflanked. So they're not going to want to. They'll be a little less frisky if you have cavalry out there on the edges, but they can also be harder to control. So,
the 7th is the far left, right? So
Yes.
just to understand the tokens, the X's are infantry and the triangles are cavalry.
The slashes are cavalry, yeah.
Yeah, slashes, and then the type of slash just dictates what type of cavalry.
Yeah, so a clear break is light. So our Cossacks, our hussars, if it has like a line and then another white line, and then that's what breaks it up, that's medium cavalry, so dragoons. And then if it's white on both sides with 2 red lines, it's heavy.
Okay. Pavlograd is light. Ingerman
Yeah, the
and Moscow
Pavlograd.
are medium. Okay.
Yeah, the Moscow Dragoons, the Ingerman Dragoons, the Pavlograd Hussars.
Before I leave, so right now we are still keeping the plan that the Prussians should just strengthen the right flank.
Yes. As soon as you arrive from, where you're marching, which is Königsberg, you are to march and take up position on the right.
There's 2 hills that are very beautiful that are south of Althoff.
Yeah, those are very nice.
They're like, just so you know, I'm sending my 2 Cossacks over there just to get eyes right away. But
another technical question: in this rule set, what is the effective distance of the artillery?
depending on the type of gun, usually it's about a mile. Like 2,000 paces or whatever would be what it would be. But obviously, the closer, the more effective it is. I don't know what the scale is on the map, though. I think I might be pushing it, but
this does have a scale at the bottom, by the way.
yeah.
It's in meters, and I don't speak French, so I don't know what toys this is.
Oh boy.
1 square is 100 meters.
Yeah, one TT is grid. This one is 100 meters.
Yeah, there's no grid on this one, is there? Well, your
grid units on the roller.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could use the frontage of the blocks, but these blocks are not half battalions either.
No, they're not. They are full damn brigades.
Regiment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the brigades.
main thing is then there is Althof, the village, and try to help our units around that flank, and if it's possible, try to take the hills and the artillery from that place to try to roll up.
Yes.
Yeah, enemy flank. Okay.
And then basically, once you've started, say, an attack, say this way, Essen will join in, and then so will Tuchkov.
Well, I was going to say for the right flank especially, I don't think it makes sense for us to attack. That's a sizable difference or distance through low ground just to get to where the French may be deployed.
True. Although one advantage is if we do, if there's nothing there, we can seize this bit of ground here.
I can't tell that ridge line that's between the 8th and that hill. I don't know how high that is, so I don't know if I get down in that valley whether they'll be able to shoot me or not.
Yeah, very true.
The left flank looks pretty well guarded. Is there a point advancing since we're playing defensively? That like brown area is probably trees, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's woods.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to divide our line in half, the northwest side is very open, but to advance we have to go downhill. The southeast side is very easily defensible just because of all the hills. But I don't. Yeah, it'll be interesting to try and advance towards them through that.
We'll see what we can see in the end. So
first screenshots say everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, in the end, our goals are just to defend and do as many casualties as possible. Meanwhile, the French goal is to try to break through. So I don't know how much it is in our interest to leave our easily defendable positions in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if you can turn the flank of an attack, so say the 5th's getting hit for me, and I can, turn the attack to rout them. That's when you want to be aggressive.
It's clear.
But, yeah.
I expect that there's going to be a lot more French units on the table as Russia.
I believe the coalition forces outnumbered the French at this battle.
Not quite. We have a hell of a lot more guns, though. For the most part, anyway.
Oh, yeah, it was about even. 75,000 French, between 76,000 and 83,000 coalition forces.
Yeah. But that's including Lestock, and he's not here yet.
Yep.
How much is each infantry division in men?
It probably varied.
Yeah, it will vary.
Ballpark.
Let me pull up the order of battle.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is back then we don't know specifically how many men were in each one, but probably I don't know. Let's see, just for the 4th Division, each brigade had two basically regiments or battalions of musketeers with 3 battalions. Oh yeah, 2 regiments of musketeers with 3 battalions each. So each of our blocks are 6 battalions.
I also give you all permission to alter the...
Hello. Gentlemen.
Hello, Baron.
Alright. Have you guys finished?
Yes. Pretty
much.
Marshall,
have you added... I saw that you were adding people to the channels, have you?
Yes, I've added all players to their channels to spare you the work.
Awesome. Can everyone jump down to their assigned VCs then? What are you doing today, Marshall?
Oh, sorry. I jumped down.
All good, Marshall.
There we are. Is this the correct spot?
I'm in red 8. I don't know if you want to go to red 14, because you're the 14th Corps.
Well, it says red 8 on here.
Oh, did I mess up? Oh, red 7. Ugh. Why would they do that?
Yeah, I know, right? It kind of throws you off. All right, fair enough. All right. That's that. So now we can pull up our map. and we can take a look at where we're at now. We do know that we have friendly units out here on the map. I'm not going to be able to really place them because it's not going to make that much of a difference. I don't want to be moving the map around all day, making people sick looking at it. As we come up to units and as they appear in our screenshots, we'll go ahead and add them. But for right now, we're just going to assume that we have a line of friendly forces across our front, and we're going to be put in at one point or another. If we're lucky, we actually won't be put in at all, because that means there's no need to commit the reserve everywhere. And if we don't have to commit the reserve, that means you're doing well. One of the heuristics, if you will, for determining how well you're doing in a battle and whether you should think about maybe holding, attacking, or falling back, retreating, whatever, is your reserve. If you have reserves, you're probably doing all right. If your reserve has been committed, though, you're probably losing the battle. And you need to think about, if you can hold or not, or if you need to be getting out of there. So that's something to think about as the battle kind of matures and develops. Take a look at your situation with your reserves. All right, we're going to wait for the umpire to come around. It'll be Red Baron. And he is up in the umpire channel. But there probably won't be a whole lot of action for me right away since I'm in the reserve. When I get an update, which will happen here pretty soon, I'll know what to do. But for right now, there's nothing to do. We're just kind of hanging out. I sort of deliberately picked an undesirable, boring command. However, the trade-off of choosing the reserve is chances are you are going to be sent somewhere, and when you get there, there's probably going to be something happening. So it won't necessarily likely be Marching Simulator. It could be, but hopefully not. We'll see. All right, let's take a look at, let's open up the YouTube as well so I can see what people are doing.
Hi, Marshall.
Hello, Colin. How you doing?
Yeah, or should I say, Kamensky.
That's correct.
Well, I'm umpiring you at the moment. So, you are currently just arrived at the reserve of the army, and the fact of the matter is, you got your screenshot, right?
No, but it probably don't matter. Let me take a look.
It should be red 8.
Okay. Oh, I think I do see a screenshot. All right. I see all kinds of things there. There's a few extra pieces, so I will distribute those. So yes, I have a screenshot.
Yeah, great. Well, that's your position. The thing is, you expected a bigger screenshot, but it's blizzard time, so fog and snow kind of gets in your eyes. You cannot see more than basic, like 100 meters in front of you, hundreds of meters in front of you, a couple only. And not much else to tell you, because, all you hear is white noise, literally white. That's all you see also.
Great.
Do you have any orders for this turn?
No, I do not.
That's great.
Yeah, I have no no orders. I'm in reserve, so I'm going to hold position until told to do something. So right now, the emphasis is on staying warm.
That's what you would do. Yeah, well then I'll return in 15 minutes, tell you that nothing's happened.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and set up our pieces in accord with the screenshot that we got. So we've got me, which is my command avatar. Well, let's just move all this and then we'll just reposition. And my command avatar is somewhere around about here. Alright, and it doesn't have to be exact. Kriegsspiel is the land of fudge, so it's okay to just kind of be close. Alright, we'll put this here. And then we have some dragoons out here, near or along the road. Move these fellas out of the way. And then we have one more over here, right there. So we have a nice little screen of cavalry just kind of hanging out there. Alright, then we have some supply. So that supply, I believe, is going to be pretty important. So let's grab some supply blocks and drop them down. It looks like we've got 3 wagons behind the cavalry. And I don't know what the supply mechanics are. But that's okay, I don't need to. That's the cool thing about Kriegsspiel, is you don't need to know any rules. You just kind of do what is best. And the umpires worry about the rules for you. So we're going to go ahead and position this unit and this unit and this one. And we do have some horse artillery, thankfully. Alright, so we've got all our artillery out there just kind of hanging out. And then we've got another line of supply wagons. Now I imagine these are the caissons and stuff for the artillery. Technically the block's oriented this way, it does not matter.
What are you doing today? Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah. I need to quickly ask what you're doing today.
No orders, if that's what you mean.
No, like what you're doing today. Are you playing or are you umpiring? Or
oh,
what?
I'm playing.
You're playing? Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
You got it.
Can you change your name to what you're commanding?
Yes, I will do so.
Thank you. So my umpires probably will get a little bit confused.
I'll take care of it, no problem.
Thank you.
You got it. Okay, that is sometimes a feature of our events. We change our names in the Discord to match who we're playing. So let me do that now. Profile, edit server profile. Actually, let me get the correct name. Pull it up here. Copy that. Okay. And then we will change our profile here. Profile. Edit profile. Server profiles. Ooh, it won't let me do it. Because I have streamer mode enabled. That's a problem. Edit profile there. It won't let me do it. That or I just don't know how to use use this properly. If I do that, if I change my status, that's the best I'm afraid I can do. That's not good. That's not what I was asked to do, though. That's the problem. I feel bad about that, but it is what it is, and it is visible. So you see here how all the players have changed their name to their character or their command. I am 14th Corps Kaminsky. but I was unable to change my name because I'm streaming. Won't let me do it. So all I can do is set a what you call it, status or whatever. So that'll have to do for now. All right, let's resume our unit placements in Tabletop Simulator. Team. Alright, it's on there, so hopefully they can catch that. Alright, hate to be a special case like that, but here we are. Alright, and let's take a look here. So there are a lot of supply units in front of me around this area here. We've got like, I don't know, like 4 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're like more or less like so. So there's a lot of supply units here. So supply is obviously important to the umpires, and it's gonna be a pretty big deal. So how we manage supply is probably gonna matter quite a bit. Okay, let's just take a cuirassier block. And they have cuirassiers out here, and I hope they use that cavalry properly. They might not, though. Players are often tempted to use it as a big hammer, which it is, but they throw it a little too soon. And they don't support it. They expect it to work miracles unsupported, which is just incorrect. We pull up the dragoons here, and momentarily I'll be pulling up the YouTube so that I can interact with folks, take questions, read your comments, get your advice, I suppose. Let's see here. Let's copy that. Alright, here we are, and paste that there. Okay, there's that. And then off down here to my south, there are other units as well. So there's a whole bunch. There's a dragoon over here somewhere. There's a horse artillery out here. There's a hussar. Just gonna drop him down. And there's quite a few supply units. So we put these down, not that it matters, because the locations are approximate and they're going to change, and I'm not going to get reports of the change. I might get a screenshot where I see that something is moved, but not necessarily. And there's 3 more here, right around here, so. Alright, that's close enough. There's just 1 unit left that we're missing. And it is a supply unit that's right about here. Like so. Alright, and that's everything I can see in my screenshot. So there we have it. Now we just kind of pull back and park the view. and we wait for reports to roll in. In the meantime, let's pull up the YouTube and see where we're at on the YouTube. All right, let's take a look here. Let's click that. And we're going to go to live chat. Slept in, but at least I can watch on YouTube. Yes. Sorry if you didn't make it. Devastator says hello. And yeah, I'll broadcast the battle from my perspective. I'm sorry that it's not going to be terribly entertaining. But I'll share my thoughts and ideas with you as we go through it. We've got some crows, I guess, cawing outside my window. The audio may be picking them up. It is pretty chilly here this morning, even though it is our summer over here on the central coast of California. We have a little microclimate here that's very much like San Francisco. It stays quite cool here, even in the middle of the summer. But October, we have what we call the Indian summer, which is a period of unseasonably warm weather after the start of fall. So even though it's October, we're actually getting our summer right now. But today it is fairly overcast with a pretty persistent marine layer and chilly. But I do have the window open because I like it cold. All right, let's see here. I really need that to just be, really want that like here, and then I want the YouTube window here. There we go. All right. Now I can keep track of the commentary from everyone. Keeps wanting to switch the chat to top chat, whatever that means. Okay. And yes, it is fun to watch from a player perspective. That's why I sometimes like to live stream it, and then I'm able to kind of talk about what's going through my mind as we go. It's kind of amusing because the joke, which there is considerable truth to it, is that I will have sort of a vision in my head of what is happening, and then I will make a decision. And more often than not, my decisions are wrong. So that tells you what the fog of war does to you. The fog of war is pretty intense, and it can really mess with your head. And a lot of times you're wrong. So we joke. It's not as bad as I joke about it or we joke about it, but it is a thing. And the cool thing with Kriegsspiel is it teaches you, number one, not to freak out when you don't know or have a clear grasp of a situation. One of the biggest problems that I see players getting into is they're worried about, the other team is making these masterful Napoleon-style maneuvers against you, and you're just sitting here virtually paralyzed and you don't know what to do. And that's the thought that goes through everybody's mind. What if they're flanking me? What if, I'm about to just get completely obliterated? And what you have to realize is your opponent is actually dealing with the same fear that you are. Even if they are better than you, even if they are more experienced than you, the fog of war messes with the head, and they are actually just as afraid of you as you are of them. You know, and this applies to real life. It really does. I don't care if you're asking a date out to the prom, or you're going to ask your boss for a raise, or you're going into a negotiation over something. Believe it or not, your opponents are actually just as anxious and filled with nervousness as you usually are. They may be able to show or act like it's not a big deal to them. You might not perceive their anxiety, but I guarantee you it is there. Even if it's your boss and you're asking for a raise, your boss is going to be anxious about that because they probably don't want to lose you as an employee, but they also can't give you, all of the quarterly profits. So, they've got to navigate a very delicate situation. Usually, people who are like that, by the way, they'll try to avoid the meeting or the conversation or whatever, and that tells you that the anxiety is getting to them. And you can use that also as a heuristic for determining your next move. So just like with the thing with reserves, like I told you about reserves, even though you don't have perfect information, there are signs or evidences, there are things that you can use to make a decision or to guide your decision making, and that's one of those little tricks. So you look at things like that. So just always understand your opponent is probably as afraid of you as you are of them. And that's the cool thing about Kriegsspiel is you learn stuff like that, and it gives you a little bit more confidence and a little bit more command and control over situations that you would not necessarily feel that you have command or control over. So it's a real confidence booster. It allows you to go into a situation where it's kind of dark and allows you to be a little bit more proficient operating in the dark. Maybe that's a great way to put it. So that's the value of Kriegsspiel, and it is a very valuable tool. All right, I just got a screenshot that popped in. Let's go ahead and pull that up. And it is a really crazy screenshot, the way they cut it. But it is what it is. All right, so here's the screenshot. And from the perspective of the screenshot, nothing is moved hardly over here. But we do have a command block and a cuirassier block over here. So I'm going to go ahead and put those blocks down because that is information. And I believe that is the commander-in-chief. All right, and let me see. They were about here, I think. And they've got that heavy cav. All right, so that's close enough. Maybe tweak it a little bit. About right. Okay. So that's what we've got going on.
Hi.
Hello.
It's 9.
Okay.
The blizzard is still ongoing. Doesn't seem like it's gonna go anywhere.
Okay.
Not in about a week or so, because it's kind of fierce. You can see some cuirassiers under the command of what appears to be Benningsen. You can't be sure whether it's his flag over there, getting on a hill to the southwest of you. Oh no, it's actually just west of you.
Do I hear anything? Do I hear any kind of artillery or anything yet?
Oh yeah, you do hear just to the southwest of you down the road there is artillery fire.
Okay.
There are loud bangs and stuff, but not a lot of them. You hear one kind of distinct pop of several bangs, and then they go silent again for some time.
Okay, good. Okay.
Your men are asking like if they should start making
The
campfire.
the answer, well, yeah, they can start some fires, but they're not going to pitch camp. But if they need fires to keep warm, yes, that's fine.
In that case, should they like send people to gather wood?
Only if it's quite nearby. I can't have, they need to be formed and ready to march at a moment's notice. So if there's something nearby and, they can grab it and get back within 4 or 5 minutes, that's fine. But otherwise, no, they need to just stay in their formation. I'm sorry. I know it's cold, but, they can safely start a fire and warm up a bit, that's fine. But no, the priority is being able to march and move.
Well, that's harsh, but I suppose necessary. Oh,
Yes.
I'll be back.
Thank you. Okay, I like that. That was a really cool dilemma that was put to me. Oh, is the Empire still here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Get your orders.
I have no other orders other than allowing the men to grab anything that's nearby to keep warm and make fire, but they also need to be ready to march.
Okay.
So.
Thank you again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, that's a really cool dilemma, and it's part of the role play, but also an important Kriegsspiel situation because we're in very cold weather. We're basically in blizzard conditions, and the men could freeze. So, what do you do to protect your men from the real enemy, the real danger, which is actually the cold as opposed to the opposing army? And the problem is we don't know what's happening. And we have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. If I say, yeah, go ahead and make camp or start fires or whatever, we could end up in a situation where we are required to move quickly to a threatened point in the line, and it's going to take 15 minutes for me to form my corps. And, well, if that happens, then that could decide the fate of the army because in 15 minutes' time, the enemy could be punching through, and if the reinforcements are late, well, again, that's the end of it. So we can't afford to take that risk, even if there's going to be a little frostbite out there. It's better to lose a toe or a little finger or something than to lose the battle and lose your life. So we're just going to have to try to keep warm where we're at. Maybe that's why I should leave this window open even though it's cold. Suffer with my men in real life. Okay. While we're here, I might as well talk about our grand not Grand, I keep wanting to say Grand Gettysburg, Grand Gina Ostet event, which is coming up. It's tentatively scheduled for January 25th. Our goal is to make it the largest live run civilian Kriegsspiel in history with over 100 players, between 100 to 120 players. It'll be a Napoleonic battle. It will be Fourth Coalition, Jena Austedt, and it should be pretty cool. So, I've got other stuff here. see here. I have to respond to something a little unrelated, but it's still Kriegsspiel, and it has to do with the grand game because we're working that up. So I have somebody who's working on development of the pieces, which are going to look different from these, and I'll talk about that when I finish this. All right, so let's see here. Let's get into just real quick. We're working on the pieces, and the pieces are kind of top secret. But I'll throw one of these up here so you can see. Actually, let's open it with the little photo thing. For the grand game, we're going to be using these smaller rod-looking blocks, and you have here 2 half battalions blocks, which are normal size blocks, and the 2 half battalion blocks combined make for 1 battalion. And the reason the Prussians had half battalion blocks is it allowed them to take step losses without, having to remove the whole block or whatever. Here we're going to have these, and the step losses are going to come off the back end. That 3rd rank will be pushed up into the 1st and 2nd rank to keep that 1st rank intact and firing at maximum firepower, which is what they did historically. As you lose men in the front rank, guys from the 2nd and 3rd rank then push forward to keep that front rank fully manned, if you will. And the way it will work is we'll be removing the blocks from the end through a scripted piece functionality. So we will adjust the blocks there. And that is basically how we'll track the steps or the strength of the unit. As the unit takes step losses, it will lose what's called effectiveness points. And the effectiveness points are crucial for determining the outcome of a combat. So that's part of it. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's kind of what the pieces are going to look like for this. And then we also have, let me open this properly. So let me do this one. There we go. You see here we have these big block pieces, which I think we're going to be using to track critical stats, but I don't know. Because I have a different person who is really good at doing this, who is working up these pieces, and he's kind of experimenting. He's going to develop something that looks aesthetically pleasing, but is also functional. So this is not the final product. This is sort of a concept, and we will see what we end up getting when he is done doing all the hard work. But it is going to look different. So you're going to see what looks like lines as opposed to these blocks on the map. The Prussians used blocks because they were dealing with physical pieces and physical maps, and you need to be able to handle everything. And a rod can be a little bit more fiddly than a block, plus you might want to have information or something on the block like we have here. It's a little harder when you have a rod type piece. You know, it looks like a little bar that you put down. Little less practical primarily. The most important thing for the Prussians, of course, was the frontage. And they did operate with more depth in their units, but when they did things like an assault column or whatever, where you have a densely packed formation of troops, they would simply take and stack the blocks like so. And then, you know, the unit is going this way, so they would stack it like that with the unit going that way. And that was how they would represent like an assault column or and such. So we'll be doing it a little bit different. We'll be doing it our way. But it should look really, really cool. It should look a little more realistic. If you want to find the event, let me... Someone's helicopter. I wonder if they're crop dusting out here. They spray the crops with helicopters right next to our house. All right. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the events. If you're not in the IKS yet, if you're not in the International Kriegsspiel Society, you should join us. You can go to kriegsspiel.org and you will find our Discord link. You come here to the very top where it says events, you click that, and you'll see our stuff. We're going to start the event because it is started. Let's see here, and that's going on. I probably broke something there. I probably pulled everyone up into their different rooms. I don't know what it did. I belong in red 8. There we go. But you start the event so that you can then run it, and it tells people that it's going. You come here to the events though, and you come all the way down here. This here is our Gina Alstedt, and I'm pronouncing it wrong, but you just click interested. We've already got 25 and it's been up for less than a day, but it's actually been up for like 12 hours. And so yeah, we have a bunch of interest. We're going to get, you know, at least 100 to 200 people interested in the event, and it should be a pretty cool event. There'll be more details and such as we get closer to it. So there we go. All right, let me go back down to my channel. I can see everything because, well, I'm the big dog, but normally you wouldn't see all of these channels. So when you join, you're not going to see all this stuff. And that's okay. You'll be getting access to the stuff you need to see. And you won't have access to the stuff you don't want to see. For the rest of us, we don't look. Alright, oh boy, yawn. It's still morning here, and I haven't made coffee or had anything to eat. I kind of decided to join the live event on a lark here, impromptu. Hey, let's give it a try. I haven't done an open Saturday in a while. I'll be running one soon. Again, if you have questions or comments, please feel free to put them into the chat. We can talk about it, whatever it may be. Looks like the turn cycle's running a bit long. Let's see here. But we'll see. Generally speaking, games can move very quickly the first 1 or 2 turns until contact is made. But then once contact is made, for 1 or 2 turns, when the two armies first encounter each other, you will get this slowdown of the game, because there's a lot of dispatch communication that will take place on those turns. There's a lot of orders from players because now they have actionable information, so they're moving around and so on. And then it gets easy again by about turn 4 or 5 or 6 or so, when the combat is joined, because now the pieces are there, you're rolling the dice, resolving the combat. It's very simple. Do we put in reserves? Do we hold? Do we push? Do we retreat? Whatever. And then the game moves a little faster. But usually the 2nd to 4th turn or so, for a couple turns, you're going to hit this kind of this log jam, if you will, where things slow down a bit. Having a high player to umpire ratio, and we do have a pretty good player to umpire ratio, it looks like today, helps with that. But it also depends on the skill level of your umpires. If your umpires are not well trained, if they're not familiar with the system, or if they have a lot of questions, it's going to slow things down. So that's why there has to be an emphasis on keeping the rule set simple, and hence the SoCal system and the SoCal Advanced system, because those are meant to be simple. All right. All right, there we go. You know, this is never the same view on here. Since we got 10 people watching now, but we're not getting a lot of chat interaction, so, but I can believe it. We do get a lot of watchers when we live stream, a lot being like 10. Just waiting for some interesting reports. Should be any time now. And just like that, we got another screenshot. The new screenshot looks about like the old one. Not much change. So the verbal report will be important in telling us what has developed. If anything, they're showing me a little bit less in the screenshot, a little bit smaller shot. Is this game on Steam? This is Tabletop Simulator, and then there's a module that has been put together on Tabletop Simulator. Tabletop Simulator costs about $20 US dollars on Steam. The modules that we produce are entirely free to you. So you can go grab the modules, the pieces, and all of that stuff. The rule sets, depending on what you want to use, some are for sale on our store on Etsy. It's etsy.com/Kriegsspiel or something. Others are free. You can get those on the website at Kriegsspiel.org. But really, you're going to end up pioneering and developing your own rule set anyway. So you can get the Tabletop Simulator on Steam. You get the module from the International Kriegsspiel Society. We do have a channel in there where we put a lot of our modules. You can just ask around. You'll get a module, no problem. And then rules are up to you, how you want to run it. And then away you go. What I recommend is, if you're new, get Tabletop Simulator, join the IKS, and then get into some games. Play a couple games, then maybe umpire or assist umpire a game or two. And then just kind of go from there. I guarantee you'll have fun and you'll be hooked on it. So it's worth the investment. If anything, you'll put more time in it than you realize, because you're really going to enjoy it that much. It's a unique wargaming experience that is not captured or replicated with any of these other war games. Hex Encounter, I Go, You Go, Area Movement even. No, none of those games come close to what Kriegsspiel is like, because you're playing against humans. And I think I have an umpire in here.
Yeah, you cannot really tell it better. And you cannot play anything better than Kriegsspiel.
That's true. Yeah, big believer in that. What do you got for me, sir?
Well, nothing with a lot of snow.
That's okay. How are the men doing?
Well, they have foraged a little bit of sticks, but you see, you stand in the middle of a wetland. Well, it's snow, Iceland, I suppose. Ice water. It's a frozen marsh, basically.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your campfires in here, but you know they aren't too disorganized, so that's that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they, huddle together to keep warm. Again, start your little fire, throw on an extra coat or a blanket or whatever, but be ready to move within 5 minutes' notice.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, noted.
No other orders. I'm sure I still hear combat, right?
Yes, on the other side of the hill, there is a lot more cannons this time. It seems that there is at least the entirety of the French army is firing, and you can hear some muskets too.
Okay, no problem. All right, I'm gonna wait for orders.
Well, I'm gonna be back then.
Thank you. Okay, so obviously there's action up and down the whole line, or at least so it sounds like. Sounds like the French are kind of attacking everywhere at once, probably probing for a weak spot, probably trying to keep us busy and distracted while they work something around on the flanks or whatever. Who knows what they're up to. But there is a battle underway. Now, when you're in reserve like I am, you've got to resist the temptation to just start doing something, because it can get boring, and you got to stay in your position, because your commanding officer has you put there for a reason. They know that you're there. And if they call upon you, in their mind, They know where you're at. They have a rough idea of how long it's going to take you to get there. And so they expect you to be there. If you move from that position, you ruin all of that calculus. You could make it better, but chances are you'll actually make it worse. And now, the commander's calling for reinforcements, and you're not where the commander expects you to be, and that's a pretty bad problem. Another common problem and temptation that you have to resist is to have what I call a tea party. There is always a temptation when any commander is getting bored in a game to wander over to their neighboring commander, whether it's a peer, a subordinate, or a superior, doesn't matter. But players will sometimes congregate if nothing happens because they get bored and they want someone to actually talk to. And when you do this, you co-locate in a voice channel and you can talk to each other in real time. And so players will do that. The problem with having a tea party is very simple. If I'm over here, I am not with my men. I am not commanding my formation. And if you are not commanding your formation, well, you're not doing your job. You'll get corps commanders who will go down to division and try to micromanage the division. You'll get army commanders that will try to do that to the corps. You'll get corps commanders who'll go up to the army and vice versa. And I tell people very simply, if you want to be a division commander, be a division commander. Don't try to be a corps commander. If you want to be a corps commander, be a corps commander. But don't be a division commander because you're not a division commander. If you're army commander, be an army commander. Don't try to be a corps commander. So it can be boring at times, especially as an army commander, because believe it or not, as an army commander, once you're in battle, you actually make very few decisions. You kind of set the strategy, and then you might call one or two decisions, but really you're just there watching it unfold. If you've done your job properly, it's on your corps commanders and ultimately your division commanders to make decisions. And you're just kind of there to watch it all unfold, hopefully the way you planned. But you will get players who, they don't understand that. They're not properly trained. They don't have military experience, let's say. And so they'll run around and try to do things to occupy and entertain themselves without realizing that in doing that, they're either neglecting something or they're abandoning their post or they're distracting other commanders or they're micromanaging or failing to manage. It's not good. So you got to put yourself in the mindset, if I was actually in the army, if I was actually there, would I really get on my horse and ride over to Napoleon or Blucher or Alexander, whoever, and have a conversation with them because I'm bored? Or would I stay at my post with my men and dutifully await orders? And that's what you need to do. So, yeah. It's hard, though, because people are human. It's Saturday. They're online. They're playing a game. They want to have fun. Let's see what our turn interval is now. 9 to 21. So looks like we're on a 20-minute turn cycle here. 15 is really what you want. 20 is kind of pushing it, but when you have a big game, 20 minutes is almost to be expected, even with a lot of umpires, especially if the lead umpire is having to do a lot of work. This is one of the things we get into with grand games, which is why in the grand game I'm specially training a team of umpires to manage individual sectors, so that instead of having this one big game where everything is slowed down because one person has to go through and call every resolution, you break it up so it runs like 6 mini games or whatever. Then it goes quite a lot faster. Ideally, I would like turns to resolve in 10 minutes. It's kind of hard to get a turn resolution under 10 minutes because, you have to give reports, usually take and present screenshots. Then you have to get orders. There's sometimes questions and answers that go back and forth. And then you got to come back to the umpire table, move everything, answer questions, deliver orders, resolve everything. And then the process starts over. And it does take time. It does take time, so it is what it is. It's not always as fast and instant as some people prefer it. So, anyway, you'll get a faster paced game if you're doing like a real-time strategy game or computer game or something. However, you will not get as compelling an experience because you're playing against actual humans. Humans who can make brilliant moves but also blunder. Whereas a computer game is going to follow some kind of a algorithm, a logic that is about numbers. Humans don't necessarily make numbers or logical based decisions, which makes it really interesting to play against other humans. The pace of a Kriegsspiel is slow enough that you can make some carefully considered decisions usually. But you do have to have your head in the game, sort of. Because you can get surprised and you don't have forever to agonize over what do I want to do? How do I want to respond? You've got to make decisions and then go. Right, I will be right back. And hello, we got a couple comments on the YouTube asking how the battle is going. I don't know because I'm in reserve, so I can't even see the battle. It does sound like there is a general attack across the front line. But again, because I'm in reserve, I don't really have a view of the battle. So, and the silence is just there because I'm muted. There we go. All right, I was muted. I'm in reserve, so I can't tell you how the battle is going exactly, but hopefully I'm about to learn more. I just received a screenshot, so I should be getting a report momentarily from my umpire telling me what is going on. But yeah, there's been nothing to say or report, so my mic was muted. I went to go make some coffee, so there we have it. All right, let's see what the report is. We're just waiting to get our report. But again, there's no orders or dispatches in, so for right now, there's probably no changes to anything. Still standing by. My umpire is speaking to the Prussian player right now, so there might be a big update or report for them.
Now it's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And the battle continues southwest of you. You get a feeling that a lot of stuff is happening because of how much noise is down there.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, you don't know really anything. And your troops kind of messengers come up to you. Apparently, people from somewhere got an idea that the third corps was defeated and its artillery was taken by the French.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same note, almost the same people tell you that the Fifth Corps has killed Napoleon.
Okay. All right, just rumors. So we're not going to spread any of those rumors. We're going to, again, hold position. There are no new orders. We will hope to stay warm, and we will dutifully wait for orders. So, all right. So there you go. So we're just going to hold here. There's some juicy rumors floating about, but that does not mean that we have orders to do anything. Again, we continue to stand by and await orders from our commander-in-chief, which is the right thing to do. All right, just an update for anybody who's arrived. We're in reserve. It is a little after 11 a.m. in the game, and it is cold, it is snowing, it is freezing. The French have attacked across our line, but I have no particular or specific information. All I do is hear the sound of fighting up and down the line. I have received no orders, and that's a good sign. Because if there were problems, the reserve would already be committed. Since I'm the reserve and I'm uncommitted, I haven't even received a report or orders from my commander-in-chief. That suggests to me that things are going pretty well for us. So I continue to wait in reserve. And that's the update. We're just kind of holding here, and we'll see what happens next. We're still waiting for an update, but we should have something soon. In fact, we just got a screenshot. Again, the screenshot shows no change, but you know, when you're in reserve, no news is good news. We have not seen the line move one way or the other, really. And we have not been called upon to deploy anywhere in particular. So based on the heuristic I discussed earlier, it looks like we are doing well. I am seeing the questions, where's the sound? There's no sound. But there should be sound. It's just I've had my mic muted while I was making coffee and so on, because you don't need to hear random noises. But everything should be working just fine. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Is my mic not working? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. I don't know if it's working at all. Testing, testing. Now it's working. Okay. I kept getting reports of no sound, and that's because I had my mic muted. But apparently, okay, now it's working. Yeah, I don't know if there was a bug here or something. Something happened at the software level, because mechanically everything was turned on.
This is now midday.
Okay.
The sun is high in the sky, but you cannot tell because of the snow. And you probably couldn't tell that the image I gave you was the exact same I gave it the last turn.
Yeah.
Because nothing really happens. Other than basically you get a little bit of guys running past you because you're standing like on a road, on a big road. So some people from the front are, well, it looks like deserting basically, and making their way home through your lines.
Okay.
And around them.
Okay, I have orders to march myself and my command to the Y road split at the right of the Cuirassier Reserve. Now, I don't know where the Cuirassier Reserve is.
I don't know either.
So I'm going to march in the direction of Binningson, the Russian army. I see a Cuirassier unit there. I'm going to send a rider in advance to Binningson to ask where is the Cuirassier Reserve. In the meantime, we're otherwise going to form up, and we're going to start marching in that direction as well.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, you have a map, right?
Yes, I do. I have a map with pieces on it, but not all the pieces. I don't know where the Cuirassier Reserve is. I don't know. Nobody ever told me. So I can't see it in the snow.
Do you have the map of Elyau?
Yes, but the pieces aren't all put on it. I only have the pieces put on it that's shown in my screenshot.
I just, I'm asking to ask you what route will you take to Benningson?
I will go to the crossroad right in front of me, and then I will turn right. There's a hill where I see a Cuirassier block at the edge of my screenshot. I'm going there.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got this order to go someplace, and I'm not actually sure. I don't know if the Cuirassier Reserve is with the Commander in Chief, but maybe it is. We'll find out in about 20 minutes when we get our report. In any case, we are going to march that way. I'll put a screenshot in for my umpire. And maybe the movement will warm the men up a little bit.
At 12:20, you get a messenger. When your troops are on the way already, you get a messenger from Bennington. The one that you sent to him, he's returned, and he's saying that look to the hill northwest of you, and you shall find them.
Okay, that's where we're going. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Okay, so it looks like we're correct in our assumption, and there we go. We have it. So now we're going to be on the move. So the Commander-in-Chief is bringing us to his position, or the position where the Cuirassiers are. Now, a couple different ways to look at this. The best way to look at it is to say, hey, the Cuirassiers are your armored decision. You commit them when you're ready to punch through the enemy and win the battle. I am wondering now, because I'm still not lighting up green, I wonder if people can actually hear me. If you can't hear me, let me know. I may have to disconnect and reconnect. Testing, now you can hear me. All right, so, because I don't know if you guys have heard me or not, I'm going to just repeat what I said. I've been ordered to take up position where the Cuirassiers are. The Cuirassiers are also being held in reserve. There are different ways to view this. One way to view it is it's really good. And that's because Cuirassiers are the armored decision. They're your heavy cavalry. You commit them when you're ready to punch through the enemy. But you usually don't commit them alone. Usually you put some artillery with them and you support their attack. So perhaps the commander is bringing me and my formation to where the Cuirassiers are to support a big attack, maybe on the French center or somewhere, where we're going to break through the French. That's a good sign. That would be nice. That's possible. On the other hand, it could be a bad thing, that the commander's getting a little desperate, he wants us on hand, and he's ready to commit the reserve. And if we're only at midday with this battle and we're already committing the reserve, I should actually say we're like on turn 4 or 5, and we're ready to commit the reserve that early in the battle, that's not necessarily a good sign. So he might be desperate, but we'll see. So this could be really good, it could be really not so great, but we'll see what's going on. It'll take us about another 15 minutes to get a report and hear back in real time. But hopefully we're being brought to the center because we are going to make an attack, and our presence here is to support that attack. So we hope. The good news of having to move to the commander's position in the center means the battle's about to get a little bit more interesting here in the next 15 minutes. For one, I'll probably be co-located with the commander, so I'll be able to get some kind of an update for you on everything that's happening. And plus, between that time and the end of the battle, I'll probably be committed somewhere, so there will be action. So we'll see what happens. It sometimes happens that you play a Kriegsspiel and you don't see the enemy or you're not engaged. And I happen to be one of those players that doesn't mind that, because I know that's kind of just part of it. There's always someone who kind of gets left out, for better or worse, and I'm okay with that. It's still, interesting and compelling to me, because realistically that might be where you end up. On the other hand, you could just be in the thick of things the whole time, but that's actually sometimes less realistic, depending on the size of your formation. Napoleonic battles were surprisingly quick and short. Your typical Napoleonic engagement was over within 5 to 15 minutes, believe it or not. Once one side started moving against another, sometimes one side would break and run before shots were even fired, or there would be a volley delivered, and then the other side would just kind of run away, which is why volley fire was used. It was one of the reasons for it, and why it was so important to have good, well-formed, well-aimed volleys. Whether, that first volley and then fire at will, or you fire a couple, 2 or 3 volleys. The idea behind all of that was to break the enemy. Because when you're on the other side and you see the guy to your right and left both fall over dead, I'm pretty sure that's going to encourage you to say, nope, I'm done with this, and get out of there. Cut your losses and run, regardless of the grand situation, which might be that your army is really well positioned and poised to win. But if you, as an individual soldier, probably a person who can't read or write, very little education, you're not taught or told how to think. You're just taught to load and fire your musket and follow orders. And there's only so far that having an NCO nearby you screaming at you or something, there's only so much that they can get out of you. At a certain point, it becomes, your instincts take over. And good volley, or the threat of being bayonet charged by a well-formed, presumably superior enemy, is enough to make most people run. So most of your Napoleonic battles were over very quickly. Now, when I say that, what I'm talking about is these skirmishes that would happen at a crossroads or some other type event. The big battles that we learn about and hear about in the history books that they talk about, that they make podcasts about, those are actually much more uncommon. There'd be a couple, 2 or 3 of those per year. And that's why they write books about them, because they were so uncommon, they were so extraordinary and decisive. But again, as the average everyday Napoleonic infantryman, chances are you might see a battle a few times a year, and most of those battles, with the exception maybe 1 or 2, would just be these quick little sharp one-offs where one side runs away before the decisive charge is landed. All right. I have a screenshot.
Greetings, General.
Greetings. I am co-located with my Commander-in-Chief. First of all, let's put up the screenshot. And it looks like we have a lot of friendly stuff to our front, but with a lot of action. General, sir, what's the situation? What do you need me to do?
For now, you are to remain in reserve, because I have a feeling we're going to need you at some point.
Okay.
But the French have launched a general assault on General Ostersacken to your front, and Smonov, some to a lesser degree, to his left.
Mm-hmm.
And up at Shenloditten, they have also launched an attack. But for now, we have beaten them all off.
That's excellent. Yeah, I was observing to the viewers that if you are still in reserve after a while, that's a pretty good sign. And because I'm still in reserve, that probably means that we're doing decently, you know. When the reserve is committed, that's when you take it as evidence that the battle is not going so well.
Exactly.
So this is a good sign. I am a happy camper.
I have also received word that the Prussians have just arrived with the lead elements of their force.
Okay, more good news.
So we are in a very decent spot.
Good, good, good. All right. Okay, so am I just to hold in this position here?
Yes, you are to be on the hill for now.
Okay,
Because
no
I'm
problem.
gonna resume my position up here as well.
Alrighty. Let's see here. They are.
Bennington, do you have any orders?
I am just going to remain here.
Okay.
Interesting.
Do you know anything about the supply rules? How supply wagons are working?
I do not.
Yeah, they must be important because there are a lot of them.
I know historically we do not have that much ammunition.
Okay. So we probably need to keep them close. Okay, where was that first French attack? We have one that's going in near. Let me see the name of it here. Schloditten? Where is the other one?
Directly to your front on Ostersacken.
Okay.
Against General Ostersacken's command.
Okay. Alright, it's probably up this way. Alright, no problem. Okay. Alright, so obviously if any of you out there in the YouTube world, all 11 of you who are watching, if you have a question or a comment, feel free to post it. We can't break the Kriegsspiel rules, but we can answer some questions. Don't worry about it. Just if you have a curiosity or a thought or an idea, go ahead and bring it up. And if we can discuss it, we will. I have to say I'm very happy with how the battle's unfolding, even though my perspective is limited. Just being in reserve for 4 or 5 turns and then getting here to the center and seeing that the center is holding speaks volumes. It means you're doing a good job commanding. So
The funny thing is, I haven't really been commanding anything.
Well, you make very few decisions on the day of. Ideally, was there some sort of a pre-game before this where you maneuvered or positioned pieces?
I positioned everyone in their original positions.
Yeah, so it looks like you did a really good job of doing that. One of the things that I tell the viewers, and it's quite true, is on the day of battle, a commander makes very few decisions. You know, you might decide
Exactly.
how to position your units and when or to commit. You decide where to put the reserve, and then you decide when to issue a change of mission orders. Those are all the decisions you'll make all day as commander in chief. The closer you get to the action, the more decisions are being made. I have an umpire here.
It's 1300. The Benningsen have reached the 14th Division headquarters, and 14th Division headquarters have reached a hill that overlooks Solbran.
Okay,
you ride upon the hill,
Mm-hmm.
and immediately on it you encounter an artillery unit, a battery that was battered. Many of men are wounded. The guns are not in the best shape, and the officers are struggling to organize the artillerists among the supply wagon train, which appears to be hurling around. You see 3rd Division directly south of you, and you see it is engaged. Cannons are firing all the way, thundering through the snow and fog. But because of the smoke, not just the snow, but the smoke too, you cannot see any French, and it's hard to hear them behind the thunder.
Okay.
Well, that's basically it.
Okay, we hold.
Oh, and your division also just arrives on the hill with the guns.
Okay. We will hold position here, so deploy with the cavalry in front, artillery right behind them, and then the infantry and supply wagons behind the infantry on this hill. And we hold here and wait for orders to deploy. Order the men to take water and have something to eat if they have it.
Well, they can eat something and they have some water, although taking it would be a bit of a hassle because the rivers and the wetlands are frozen mostly.
Okay, well, they need to make sure their weapons are ready to go. So that's all I care about is can they fight. So I want them able to fight. If we have time, they need to keep warm or whatever, that's fine. If they have to build a fire and warm up things, whatever. But mostly be ready to fight.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to hold here and wait for orders from you, sir.
Indeed. I have just received a message, General. I figured you would like to know as you are the reserve.
Very well.
Apparently, this information may of course be wrong, but it's from General Somov that he has spotted the French 7th Corps to his south.
Okay, and where is that at in relation to us?
Directly south.
Okay. Directly south. All right. We'll add that to the map.
So I may have to take my leave of you soon enough to check on General Doktorov.
Yeah, it's no problem. You just make sure that if you have orders for me, just do it. Otherwise, I'm going to stand here like a stone wall until I have orders. So. I'll be right.
Should the centre give way, however, General, you have my permission to fill it.
Very well, no problem. Thank you.
And if need be, you can seize command of the Cuirassier Reserve and take advantage of them as well.
Very well, thank you. Is that 2 blocks of Cuirassiers?
Yes, it is the St. George and the Lieb Cuirassier.
Understood. Okay, I'll let them know to be ready. Thank you. All right, for everybody out there in YouTube land, we are waiting to decide what to do next. It will probably be about another 10 to 15 minutes real time before we get another chance to issue orders and other reports. What we're going to be looking for is how, I think it's the 3rd Division that is to our front and how they're doing. In real life, what you would do is you would look at how the cohesion of the formation. You look at their rifles, how the men are holding them. If you see that the rifles are waving about, that's just lack of cohesion. Maybe the line is wavering, maybe there's confusion. On the other hand, if you can see the rifles and the rifles are kind of uniform and they're all kind of upright or whatever, in line with the banners and so on, that tells you that the formation is probably fairly cohesive and effective. So that's one of those things that you can use to just at a glance tell how you and or your opponent are doing in a battle without having to ask. You just see that. And if 3rd Division looks like it's going to waver, then, well, we have to be in position to relieve them. But for right now, we're going to hold position. I don't know exactly how large 3rd Division is, but I can look here on my setup. Now, it isn't positioned on the map, but it looks like 3rd Division is just a little larger than us, not much. They have 1 extra battery of artillery, and they have 1 extra, I guess that would be, actually it's a division. Your 3rd Corps, not division.
It's infantry brigade.
Yeah, they would have an extra brigade. Okay. So it's a brigade, not a division. Okay.
Yeah, because we don't technically have corps.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I was looking at the markers. Thought, well, for some reason we're using corps and corps markers, but okay. In any case, they have 1 more brigade than we do. So we would be thinking about plugging any gap. What we might want to do is survey that line and be ready to put in our forces, to rotate our forces with theirs. Might also be a good idea for me to connect with and communicate with the commander of 3rd Division. So that is probably another thought. That tells me I should send a dispatch, but at this point it'd be kind of late. So as I told you guys about on YouTube, I'm generally opposed to the idea of what we call a tea party, or what I call a tea party, where one commander or multiple commanders bunch up together because they're bored and they start having a discussion. However, there are times when it is appropriate to have that personal discussion with your commander, a peer, or a subordinate. For example, you've just seen my commander-in-chief call me over to his position, and we had a very relevant discussion about the battle and the commander's intention for my placement and my purpose. So now I have a task and I have a purpose. It's conditional. It depends on what the 3rd Division situation is. And I have to be prepared to fulfill that task. So in order to know and be ready, I need to coordinate with 3rd Division, because if there is going to be a situation where I replace 3rd Division in line, I don't want to try to do that when the entirety of the 3rd Division is streaming backwards through my lines in a panic. So what I need to do is pre-position my corps/division, technically division. I need to pre-position my division, and I need to be in communication with the 3rd Division commander so that, for one, they know that there is support right behind them. For another, we can coordinate a rotation of the units at the front. Or if my units are simply unneeded, that would be a great relief, actually. I mean, just kind of hold our spot. It may be the case that he'll want additional artillery support or something on the line. Something we can consider doing. We don't like to commingle units, but if we need to, we need to. So my next order will be to go forward, connect with 3rd Division commander, and move my units into a position right behind 3rd Division so they can go online immediately if necessary. But we're going to hope that such a maneuver is not necessary. Go ahead and place some 3rd Division stuff here on the map according to my screenshot. And right off, I can't see. We're having an issue here with the map. It looks different. There we are. Huh. AU. Okay, that is correct. All right. Looked a little different in my screenshot for some reason. All right, so that's where 3rd Command, the 3rd Division is. So that's where I'm going to ride to here. And now we can place everything else off of that. It's got a couple of cav units here. This other cav unit is actually part of our Cuirassier Reserve. Put that there. All right. Okay. Looks like he has two brigades more or less on line next to each other. So he's like so. And then we've got artillery going here. And that's actually horse artillery over there. All right, so you can now get a sense, folks on YouTube, where the friendly line is, and all these guns are firing. And there is a brigade that's kind of out here, out front a ways. A little out of position there, it looks like, but. And they have more artillery off their rear flank. All right. And they do have support in terms of lots of supply wagons and so on. There's a couple other cavalry units around there.
It is now 2 o'clock, 14:00.
Okay.
Just as your men form up on the hill, you both can see that an enormous mass of French cavalry comes over the river, through the ice, and over the hill, forms up and smashes head into your friendly forces, driving wiping the gunners out, driving the infantry back, and a big, shiny man is riding in front of them. Although from the distance it's hard to see who it is.
Is he wearing a fancy uniform?
Well, yeah, he is shiny. I must stress how enormous the amount of cavalry there is. It is an understatement to say that there is many. They are so many of them that it almost feels like the fog was blown away by the sound of their hooves. And you can see them. Your position offers a beautiful view on top of this attack. I think that's it.
Okay. I think this is where I kick in, yeah?
Well, if you want to.
Well, this is a question to my CIC.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would say I think this is the time.
Okay, so put my infantry and artillery forward ahead of our position, but on the hill. We're going to form a backstop for 3rd Division. 3rd Division can retreat to us if they need to. Anything that's blue or on a horse that is facing the wrong way, we kill it. And then our cavalry will be behind us. If there are any holes punched through our lines by enemy cavalry, so if the enemy cavalry continues, our cavalry is to countercharge, but only enemy cavalry units that break through. So we're going to form a line immediately with infantry and artillery and shoot anything in a blue uniform. So We obviously don't want to hit our own guys, so we wait for 3rd Division to kind of move. But if the French come through, we'll kill them. Countercharge if need be.
Well, thank you. Anything else?
No.
Bennington, what are your orders? Bennington,
Yeah,
what
no.
are you
Take me to General Doktorov, please. I'm heading to General Doktorov on the left.
Okay, got it.
All right, looks like this is where the Schwerpunkt is, so.
Yeah. I leave you in charge here, General.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, no pressure.
Stop this mass charge.
Absolutely, sir. All right, for everybody watching on the YouTube, you've heard the order. It looks like the French are making their main attack. They've deployed their heavy cavalry, I'm certain their cuirassiers, in the center with the aim of breaking through 3rd Division, which probably wasn't in very good shape when we arrived. So, the order is to form artillery and infantry in a line. That gives 3rd Division a reserve to rally on. And any French forces that manage to bust through 3rd Division are going to be disorganized and tired. And all they're going to do is run into another very well-formed line. In the event they break through my line, meaning they will have crossed frozen terrain, crossed the frozen river, gone up a hill, charged through 3rd Division's line of infantry, artillery, and cavalry, charged and hit my line and busted through it, I have one final surprise, which is my own cavalry, which has orders to countercharge if they should break through. So I don't think it's humanly possible for even the finest cavalry units to sustain such a maneuver. So we'll see. But the center should hold. And then it's up to the French what they want to do once their attack in the center collapses. I will say this is an excellent placement of the reserve. If the reserve has been placed at the point of the main attack with the intention of backstopping the units that are online, then that is an excellent placement of the reserve. And as we discussed earlier, one of the most important fundamental questions that a commander-in-chief must answer on the day of battle, because there's not too many they answer on the day of, is where to put the reserve. Looks like they got it right this time. And hello to Darvoto on the YouTube. Good to see you here. All right, we have a dispatch from Tukov in the 5th Division. Dispatches to the 8th Division, which is not me, so I don't know why I'm receiving this. I'm the 14th. French infantry drew back, started artillery duel with 2 enemy batteries. One of my batteries is lost. One of the problems we run into is counter battery, and that is players love counter battery. But that's not really the purpose and point of artillery. Artillery is there to wipe out infantry dense, compact, concentrated formations of men or cavalry. This is not a new problem. Napoleon himself complained about this, that artillery would often require an officer to go over there and order them to fire at infantry or cavalry, which are usually juicier targets anyway. But because the artillerists were afraid of being hit by counter battery fire, they would return in kind. So you have artillery duels going back and forth when the infantry and the cavalry, which really make up the result of battle, which determine how the battle's going to unfold, the artillery's not doing its job. They're doing counter battery. And so, yes, that's one of the things. And a lot of times, counter battery is just such a crapshoot; it's not worth it. You want those batteries firing on the formations of infantry and cavalry more often than not. Counter battery if you've got nothing else to do. But that should be a tertiary target, not a primary or secondary target. So that's what happens when you play that game. You just lose your guns. From the screenshot, and I'll put that up on the shot to save the image. It's PNG. Let me see now if I can open it. And this way I can kind of enlarge it. You see these discs that are on the units, and there's even a red one here. That generally is usually used to show a metric that we call disruption, with disruption being something that indicates anything that is diminishing a unit's ability to fight. And so a lot of those are usually bad to see. Let's take a look at the French attack here, because this is interesting. He's got dragoons, of all things, leading the attack. Probably workable. You've got artillery out here. You've got dragoons and hussars here. They would not withstand taking a lot of fire, but they could probably screen the main attack, which is the cuirassiers in the second rank, the second line. So it's probably not a bad use of this light and medium type cavalry. It allows the cuirassiers to get a lot closer before they start taking hits themselves. And so much will depend on whether or not my division is able to form itself up. The dragoons are not going to be in good shape, even under the best of circumstances, once they punch through 3rd Division's line, but that doesn't matter. Because the real attack, the fist in the glove, if you will, are the cuirassiers. And I'm going to be catching that square on. So now it becomes a matter of if the infantry is formed well enough in time, along with the artillery, to hurt the cuirassiers. And they should be able to. And then following that, it's the countercharge of the cavalry. That should be decisive, but we'll see. We will see. Some umpires think that cavalry is invincible and just let it run across the map, which is ridiculous. But we'll see what happens. What I'm afraid of, looking at that screenshot, is that my line as drawn here does not get formed in time. That's what concerns me the most, because that line does not get formed, then the center is lost. So We have fairly consistently stayed at about a 20-minute turn cycle. A little longer than you would expect with the number of umpires we have, but given the size of today's event, it's not altogether unreasonable. I do wish somebody were recording the umpire table. And it looks like Marshall Murat is, let me see here. That is John R.G. He's playing as Marshall Murat. All right. Somebody who knows what he's doing. And, yeah. I imagine he's the one commanding all that cavalry. Murat was Napoleon's cavalry commander. And he is running it very well. Zephyr whining, crying for some reason. What are you working on?
How long are you gonna be?
Do what?
How long is that gonna take?
Probably another hour or two.
Okay, I'm gonna go have coffee with Jennifer for her birthday.
Aren't we meeting them later?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to go to San Luis Obispo to do some clothes shopping, but we can go late. Where are we going to meet them at?
Woolies.
Okay, that'll probably be afternoon. Then after that, we could go clothes shopping. And then...
Let's go to the rooftop bar.
Okay, and then at night, though... Well, we could go to the rooftop bar. We'd have to come back from San Diego. Or not San Diego, San Luis. But tonight I want to go up to Paso Robles, whatever. Like last time. But that wouldn't be until like 9 or 10 o'clock. Okay. Hi, Zephyr. Hi, Zephyr. I'm a good boy. All right, let's see here. Testing, we're good. Alright, it's been about 20 minutes since our last update, so any minute now we should be getting another one. And we should see the result. This may be the decisive moment of battle, and if so, the Kriegsspiel may end very soon, one way or the other. If the French main attack is repulsed, and they are basically out of steam after this, then the battle would end. If they break through, the battle would probably end as well. Because you don't normally run Kriegsspiels to the bitter end. There's no value in doing that. It consumes time and energy and resources. So you usually run these events to a decision point, and once you have a decision, you might run it 1 or 2 turns beyond that, just because, you know, people have kind of planned and they put their day into it, and you want to see kind of how things pan out. But generally speaking, once a decision is reached, the battle is called. We go into debrief and critique. At Army University, they might just play until you kind of make contact with each other, even stop the battle before the shooting starts. Because again, what they're trying to do is illustrate for officers particular fundamentals, where they're trying to test them, evaluate them. And the most important thing are the maneuvers you'll make prior to joining battle. The battle itself, things are kind of on autopilot, especially for a commander. Battles are typically decided before the first shots are even fired. So I know there are people who might disagree with that vehemently, but I'm sorry if they don't like it. That's just kind of how it is. Positioning, the concentration of forces, the quality of training and preparation, the amount of men and material that you have on hand, the ground is so important. So even though the commanders may not realize it, the outcome is often decided well in advance. How often can people look at a thing like Gettysburg and say, hey, I can't believe the Confederates decided to fight there? Well.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello there. Yeah, you've seen all of this, probably. But yeah, my force was overrun by that cavalry charge.
Okay, so 3rd Division was overrun, but it looks like I have my stuff going online. Get myself and the cavalry behind my line in a position to countercharge should the enemy break through. That's just the stuff that's under my command. If it's not under my command, I don't care. Doesn't matter. But anything under my command, I want it to be behind my line of infantry and artillery. And if that attack, again, anything in blue, you kill it. If anything breaks through my line, the cuirassiers in particular and any cavalry back there are ordered to countercharge it. Once the enemy begins to retreat, which I expect they will, I want us to push forward so that we're in line with the front line of our neighboring divisions. So we'll actually attack once the enemy starts to withdraw.
Such confidence.
Yeah, I think I think he's going to be spent. He's going to be spent. Horses can't charge forever. He's going to have to turn around and walk away. And when he's doing that, he can't very well shoot at me. So we're going to shoot at him. Since that's what we're here to do, is shoot.
Was that your orders?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I must say, before they are executed, that just before General Sacken arrives, then General Benningsen leaves, and apparently you notice on the faces of your men, they are astonished by the commander moving, apparently, they think he is running from the French.
Oh
Mm.
gosh.
The morale, you can tell, hinders in your vicinity.
Well, then I have to stay at the front, draw my sword, and make a little show of everything, and say, lie to the men if I have to. Tell them, oh look, they're beginning. Their attack is beginning to falter. We're going to rally reserves and countercharge. Be ready to attack. Whatever. Inspire the men.
Let's see.
Yeah, but we're gonna push because I think they're done. I think it's a done deal. And if I'm wrong, oh well. But we're not gonna sit here and piss ourselves in the snow, and we're not gonna retreat. So.
You mean you're gonna push once they have retreated?
As soon as they start to falter. Not even
Yes.
going to wait for them to turn around entirely, but yes. Of course, first we have to make sure they're not going to break through. So anything that comes through, we're going to kill it. When they stop coming, then we're going to immediately start to push. So there you have it. We're not necessarily going to charge, but we're going to push.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and my orders? I'm not entirely sure who should handle them.
Well, tell them to me. I'm gonna convey them.
Yeah, so basically I don't have any different orders. I order my men to hold their ground, stand and fight French cavalry, delay them.
Hello?
Yeah.
So you have
Hello,
arrived
please.
to the...
Oh, okay.
This for the 3rd Corps Commander. You have arrived to the 14th Corps Commander. From what you can see, your cavalry has been doing quite well. They kind of managed to defeat basically the first wave, but there was a second wave right after them, so they are now engaging that.
Yeah. I see. So basically, I order all of my troops to hold their ground, delay the enemy cavalry, fire them, exhaust them, and I order my artillery to blast the French cavalry with grape shots.
Okay. I'll go now then.
Yeah. So.
All right. So that
yeah, basically,
is... Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying to delay and exhaust the enemy cavalry as much as possible.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think that's a good order. It's the best you can do in the situation. And I think it's all you need to do. I think you've done your job very well.
Because I'm out of battle after that engagement.
Yeah, you're
basically.
Exhausted. But that's okay. So I'm in position to essentially assume your place in line. So we're going to push forward. This is probably the main French attack. It's going to be repulsed because even if they get through you, then they have to fight through me, and that's a whole nother fight. And then behind me I have cavalry. So anything that could get through my line would be destroyed by the cavalry behind me, including heavy cavalry. So they're done. They're not going to break through. They're not going to break our line. So we're going to push at least as far as until we are online, maybe a little further. They're going to withdraw, and I think the umpires will probably call the game after that. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So I think you did a very good job. We had some good decisions made. Our commander-in-chief brought me over at the right position at the right time. He himself was posted in the right position at the right time. So.
Yeah, and a bit of luck.
Yeah.
Because there was an attack by like 5 French brigades on my position before the cavalry charge. So if they succeeded in their breakthrough, it would be significantly easier to enemy cavalry to do some damage to our forces, maybe overrun some artillery of the second and fourth corps.
Well, you remember what Napoleon asked when he was deciding who to promote. And they were suggesting names to him, and he said, "Is he lucky?"
Yes. I wonder, where is the Prussian division?
They're here. They're engaged or something. They've arrived. They're participating in battle somewhere. And I'm trying to remember how I know that, but I think the commander-in-chief told me that the Prussians had come in. So I believe they're in the fight somewhere.
That's great.
Yeah. No, I think we have this won. I think the French are defeated. At a minimum, they're not coming through today. So this is a really good outcome for us.
Yeah, that is some kind of historical outcome.
Yeah, well, it would be historical.
After that, we just shouldn't stand and die at Friedland, and we're okay.
All right, anybody with questions or comments on the live stream, feel free to chime in. I am watching and monitoring that. We have 16 watching now.
Yeah, I really don't have any comments, because yeah, that is a great game for me, because there is a lot of action from my forces. In the previous games, that was mainly 7 Years Wars, 7 Years War series. Most of the time, I just scared some squadrons of cavalry, and that was a whole battle.
Well, it's interesting that you say that you had a good game, a fun game, because you saw a lot of action today. Whereas I've been saying I had a good game today because I didn't see any action hardly. But you were online, and at the center for that matter, whereas I was in reserve. And one of the things I've commented on a couple times already today is that if you're in reserve and you're not given an assignment, that's actually good, because it means you're not needed. And one of the ways that you can tell whether a battle is going well or going poorly for your side is how much of a reserve is there. If you still have all your reserves, then you can use that to tell that probably the battle is going well. If you don't have a reserve because you've already committed it, it tells you the battle is probably going poorly for your side, and you need to not think about attacking, but rather probably retreat. So one of those little ways that even though you don't know what the enemy is doing, you can tell what direction to point your brain in because you know whether or not you have reserves. So yeah, we both had a good game for different reasons, but that's because our roles were different, and that's pretty interesting to note that.
I agree. If you're a reserve commander, all you want to see is the dispatches. That you are not needed somewhere.
Yeah.
Because if there's no dispatches, it's bad.
Right. That's right. Yeah, if you're not getting any kind of communication or dispatches, if you're getting no information, you're probably playing Marching Simulator, and you probably went the wrong way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a good illustration of a good battle. I wish that somebody were recording or streaming this from the umpire table. That'd be interesting to see, and I'm looking forward to the debrief on this.
Yeah, that will be interesting because I have close to zero information about our either right and left flank. So I don't know what is going on there at all.
Right.
I heard some information about Ujiro's corps coming at Doktorov, like on our left flank, but I'm not heard anything about it since.
Well, can you see your right and your left flank? Can you see the units that are next to you on the right and the left?
Yeah, I can see my neighbors, like the second corps, the parts of the second corps I can see, their infantry, and
Well,
the fourth corps relocated part of their artillery to my part of the line, so I can see them too.
Yeah, so if they're still there, it's probably good. Especially if they're holding. So he doesn't have a lot of heavy cavalry. He only has he only has 5 squadrons of cuirassiers under his command. That's Murat. So, and he would have used a lot of them. I don't know, 5 is kind of a lot, but we'll see here. I think the odds are on our side for this one, though. I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I hope so.
John Ainsworth says, "Hoorah!" All right. We are not Russians, though. We are playing as Prussians and Austrians? No, these are Russians. Sorry, we are Russian.
That is entirely Russian army,
Yeah.
except for the Russian core.
Yeah,
So yeah, there was an "Ura" moment
Yes.
earlier in the game where French infantry was charging my artillery. So I was forced to countercharge them with bayonets. And that went well.
John is entirely correct. What's thrown me off here is we're using red pieces instead of green ones for the Russians, which at this time in history, the Russian uniforms are typically green, not red. Red is typically used for British,
Yes.
blue for French, and black for Prussians. But you can also use blue and red for the two different forces. In fact, the blue and the red convention, the idea of one side being blue and the other side being red, comes directly from Kriegsspiel. That's where it was invented. Most people don't know that.
I also didn't know that.
Yeah, comes from Kriegsspiel.
So it is an educational content.
Yeah.
So and probably I think that it's okay to say that I'm Russian myself. So yeah, that was a part of the like not the part. That was a reason that I chose today to play as the Red Commander.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the Russian army in the Napoleonic Wars.
Well, good, and you have played your role very well. So, all right. I hope we get a good report. It is time for the next report. I think it has been 21 minutes. So, based on the cadence of play so far, we should be getting an update now any minute, and I hope it's good news. I will say that we've made a lot of good decisions. So, Darvoto asks, I don't have my glasses on, have there been any battle with Bulgaria? And the answer is no. We don't have anything going on with Bulgarians here. So, no. Not at this time. Well, I hope we get good news. We'll see what the umpires say. It is possible it could go well or poorly, even if you make the right decisions. And that's, again, just like in real life. One of the tricks or the odd things with Kriegsspiel is you can make all the right decisions and still lose the battle because there's more to it than just you. It's not just you. It's a number of other conditions and factors that play into the outcome. And you can only control so many things. There is a tradition that we've kind of gotten away from, but historically...
I've got my report.
Oh, good. You've got a report. Does it look good?
Yeah.
Good.
It's looking decent, I would say.
Okay, I'll settle for decent.
Yeah. Decent, and I spotted Napoleon himself.
Oh boy.
His stuff. He's on the front line.
Well, good. That gives us some important information that tells us that this was, in fact, their main attack. In Kriegsspiel, it's possible to make all the correct decisions and still lose, but we used to declare the winner based on not on who won or lost the battle, but on who made the best decisions. And I think that would be appropriate here for sure. So let's see here.
Sometimes it's the same.
All right, so this is looking very good for us. Very good. I still have 2 fresh brigades, which are about to go forward. It looks like the French have committed everything they have. They have no reserve. They have 1 squadron of cuirassiers that I can see that's in decent shape. All those others are tired and worn and exhausted. I am probably going to order a general advance because I think they're done. I think we've won it. So,
That's your orders.
Okay, umpires here. Yeah, push forward, advance.
You understand it would be quite hard to push it, specifically because A, your supply train is right in front of your man that would disrupt them, and B, there are fighting men in front of your man.
Okay, move the supply train out of the way. Supply train needs to give way to infantry. I don't care about the supply train right now. Move forward. Okay. Move forward. Form a line on the correct side of the supply train and push. That's my order. My order is to go forward and attack.
What about the artillery?
Well, the artillery can't fire into our own men, so they're going to hold position and they're going to load and be ready in case things go badly. But the infantry is to push. The cavalry behind them will countercharge any breakthrough of the enemy. But we will push, and then if the enemy retreats, the cavalry will pass through and ride down the enemy.
One thing I didn't tell you yet is 2/3 of your cavalry are already engaged. Right in front of you, they saw a breakthrough by the French. They countercharged them.
Very good. Okay, whoever's left, I don't care if it's 1 squadron, whatever's left, will ride down and attack the enemy when they retreat. So, yeah, we're doing good here. Good push.
I'm here for the orders from the FARC.
Yeah.
From the first corps commander.
So yeah, I would say make the way for the counterattack. So, I have an artillery in the center, so they should stand where they are, support the cavalry, blast the enemy cuirassiers with grapeshot, and the Dolgorukov and Titov regiments should fall back to the east and allow our counterattack.
Have them fall back to my guns. Rally on my guns.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So they have artillery support.
Ushakov is to retreat too, right?
Ushakov isn't my regiment. It's the 2nd Corps.
Oh, my bad then.
Yeah, he's not ordering a retreat. He's just ordering them to make way and to fall back on my artillery line.
Yeah, to fall back behind the wave that is coming. Yeah.
And push the supply train on your way.
Yeah.
Somewhere from the avenue of counterattack.
All right, I'll go then.
Good teamwork.
The quartermeisters are feeling immortal today.
Yeah. Well, it's because of where the road is. They came up along the road and didn't have time to get out of the way. But that's okay. I should ride forward and attack Napoleon myself.
He's kind of on our right flank.
Yeah.
if you can see his staff. And if I'm seeing this all correctly, we retreated just 400 meters. So the supply train is not on the road. They are standing in the field.
Okay.
What are they doing? I just don't know.
Yeah, that supply train is going to be a problem, but if the enemy were to break through, they'd have to go through it as well. So, just it's an obstacle, that's all it is.
Oh no, Ushakov was my regiment.
Oops.
Yeah. Oops. Okay. They're kind of on the side already, so but they are closest regiment to Napoleon. So probably they should hold their ground. There's just so many fatigue and probably fatigue markers on my regiments that I couldn't correctly read the names of them.
Yeah, they're definitely tired after fighting for so long, but that's okay.
Yeah, and also I should send a dispatch for the to the commander of the Second Corps.
All right, I told them that I want to ride forward and take a shot at Napoleon. Then my Empire came back and said, "You died." I don't know if I died or not, or what happened, or how they resolved that, if at all, but he may just be joking, or maybe I am dead, I don't know, but if you get the chance, you take it.
Yeah. The ghost of General Kaminsky will be with me anyway.
They will name a battleship or a tank after me.
Or a military, not a military, like some kind of strategic operation during the Second World War.
Yeah, Operation Kaminsky.
Yeah.
Well, I was just listening to a couple of audiobooks about the Battle of Stalingrad, which is endlessly fascinating to me. And It's just remarkable the resolve that the Russians had in opposing the Germans. Absolutely remarkable courage. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to fight the Russians. All right.
Yeah, about the Battle of Stalingrad. Uh, I'm I've answered on your question in the general some time ago.
Oh.
Sending you a PDF with the map.
Yeah, I may have pulled that down. Yeah, that's something I want to play with in the future. Maybe, probably next year. Right now, because we're getting ready for the Grand Game, which we will run in January.
Yeah, I've seen the announcement, and I'm waiting to play.
But yeah, I would like
participate. Participate in this Grand Jena Auerstedt.
Yeah, we'll be opening up general recruitment for that in about a month or so. And then the date we've kind of picked for it is January 25th. We've been working on it every day. In fact, our chief engineer has been working on the pieces just this morning and last night. So we're going to have different style, look and feel of pieces, and we're working on it. But then when that's done, I'm going to want to try some sort of Stalingrad campaign or something. It might be play by post, I don't know. Just, I'm not sure how dynamic it will be, because if we're going to do the urban warfare, what order do you give besides I attack, I defend?
That's a very good question, because there's like two, I would say three parts of the Battle for Stalingrad. It's the initial approach with the German forces, with with the pockets on the Don, with encircling Stalingrad, with firebombing and destruction of some of the districts of the Stalingrad entirely.
Yeah, they bombed the heck out of the city.
Yeah, considering that the majority of the city was wooden.
Yeah, that's terrible. Well, they one of the interesting things that happened that I read about was one of the pilots, one of the planes bombed. Well, they bombed. It would have been multiple aircraft. They bombed the refineries and started a firestorm there, and then one of the planes was shot down, and someone jumped out of the plane with the parachute, and then they landed in the fire that they started.
Oh, yeah, that is unfortunate for this.
Yeah, it was a Nazi, so it doesn't matter. It's not like it was a human; it was just a Nazi. So, yeah, it tells you how I feel about that. But terrible stuff.
Yeah, so. And the second part of this is the urban fighting, and this it was quite not so maneuverable. It was the house-to-house fighting with platoon versus platoon, so very low scale thing.
Well, that's probably how I'll run the scenario. Is it'll be like a platoon versus platoon play by post, because then there'll be a few more decisions to make.
Yeah, and yeah, after that the Soviet counteroffensive and the encirclement of the Sixth Army.
Yeah. Probably the most brutal battle in human history, and also one of the most important battles in all human history, but few people know about it. But yeah, absolutely important battle.
Yeah, from the Russian perspective, everyone knows about the Stalingrad.
Yeah, no, here in the United States, it's like, oh, they made a movie about it. And it was a movie about a sniper. So it's like, that's all they know about it.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't know much. You know, and that's a shame because it's such an important event in history.
Yeah, but I would say that the Russian movies about the Stalingrad, there's not so many of them.
Mm.
So I can name one good one and several bad ones. Mostly contemporary films like filmed in the 21st century, and they're really not so good.
No. Send me by private message the good one, and I'll see if I can't watch it. Even if it's in Russian, I'll watch it anyway.
Yeah, it's like part of the. It's. I'm not sure. Is it part of a series or of an episode of several films, or is entire episode is dedicated to the Stalingrad? But yeah, that is the Soviet the Soviet series about the Second World War, about the Eastern Front.
It'd be interesting to watch.
It was probably available on YouTube.
Yeah, just send me the name of it and I'll look it up.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost coming up on the 20 minutes. Probably another 5 minutes. We should get a report. And for all of you on YouTube, one of the problems that I sometimes see with Napoleonic games is the cavalry is very invincible when humans and animals alike have limits to their endurance. And this is one of the things that SoCal Advanced in particular is intended to correct. And that's the system we'll be using for the grand game, which is that units are really only effective for maybe 15 to 30 minutes in battle before they need to be rotated with reserves. Because by then the ammunition is spent, the men are tired, which is quite realistic. But when you play a lot of these general Kriegsspiel games that we host, like on Open Saturdays, you know, this particular battle with 3rd Division and the French Cuirassiers has been going on now for, 2 hours in game time? And that's ridiculous. It's still fun. It's still interesting. But in reality, I don't know of any cavalry action that lasted more than a matter of minutes for the more hours. So it doesn't make the game any less valid. The game is still an interesting and valid look at the tactics in the battle of the time. But the closer we can get to realistically modeling the limits of the men and the horses, then the better we are. let's see here. The better the scenario is. Seeing a lot of motion. Do we have? Oh, I think the battle's over.
Interesting. Oh.
And the game is ended.
Yep, as
Seems like.
predicted. All right.
The night fell. It's winter.
Oh,
You can't see anything anymore.
So, basically, it's basically the end of day one, where both armies very battered from massive fighting in the center and rolling flanks to the French. We decided to call the game with the outcome from the umpires deciding that both armies would basically at this point mutually decide to fall back, with the French probably marching out of Elyau, retreating back to France. A very historic end in the sense of casualties and position. Not position in casualties and state of armies. But I believe it turned out a little bit better than for the Russians this game.
Are you able to live stream your table?
Yes, I will live stream that now.
That way the YouTube can see it.
It's the YouTube?
Yeah, we're live streaming on our YouTube channel.
Very brief
Holy
overview.
shit!
Would you put a link to the YouTube?
Oh boy, what
Holy fuck!
What the heck?
Yeah, so both armies are very spent. I'm going to go left to right, describe basically what happened as we go along. Most of it you guys know, but we'll just quickly go over. We started the game at 8 o'clock in the morning. The historical first cannon shots from the Russians on the French, which is sort of realistic where the Russians in this game fired the first shots against the French infantry as it moved up. So this side of the battle spent a large percentage of the game, about 2 to 3 hours, playing Traffic Simulator again as they tried to navigate their way up. Ney sort of sat on this hill for a couple of hours until he decided to push at the end of the game, as you can see. Sort of successfully, with Devu, also pushing up. They are breaking on this front though, and we predict this would sort of fail, and the Russians, with the fresh Prussian corps, be able to push them back. This side, the Guard had a little engagement with the Prussians, with their cav that snuck all the way around when they entered the board. So probably the biggest thing that changed from the historic is that the Prussians entered onto board day one at about 11 o'clock in the morning. They entered onto the board with the cav leading. They were able to flank the Guard that was moving up here. The Val sat on this hill and sort of battered each other. The French did win the artillery duel on this sort of side of the map, and then they decided to push, and you can sort of see here that is his corps there, basically. Being quite battered, they'd probably exchange and probably be pushed out. Then we move on to the very confusing center. It was sort of just like the French being battered by the Russian guns for quite a while, and then the French decided to charge their entire cav corps, led by Muet, into the Russian center. It did sort of start a little bit of a retreat on the Russian side, but they were able to sort of rally and move back. It was just a bloody it was just a bloody fight here. It was just, everyone got a sore nose, basically. Murat did get his hand chopped off as he led the charge. That was great fun for the umpires. So he had to retreat back to his wagons to get medical attention. And the fact that probably the player that was playing Bernstein didn't realise, but the French charged and then he decided to move. Because of that, his army saw him retreating away cowardly from the French attack. And so basically the entire army here got an extra morale hit for that. Something that you should pay attention is that your effects are where you're moving as a player generally actually takes effect on your units. Especially if you're in the middle of a massive cavalry charge like this. Move over a little bit over here. This side is sort of being pushed back. The French definitely are being pushed back here. Their flank is rolling over. This side was mainly skirmishing fight for most of the game until the 7th Russian Corps started really pushing this flank. And this flank was probably going to be fully pushed back around, exposing the entire French wagon train open to attack. Yeah, that's basically the battle. It was just a massive bloody fight for the center, where both sides sustained very heavy casualties, but we predict that next turn the French will probably be forced to fall back to their wagons. This flank could go either way, really, but looking at sort of the units here, this would probably result in a Russian and Prussian victory. This side is definitely a Russian victory, where the flank is going to be completely rolled in. So, day 2, we sort of some fall. I think the French would slip out during the night, and the Russians are in no state to pursue them at all. And so ends our battle today at 5 o'clock at night. So I will start off with the French CSE to describe his plan and how he felt that it went throughout the battle.
Sure thing. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
So the general French plan was actually I thought of it kind of almost more as the Battle of Schloeditten than the Battle of Elyau. So the intent was to try to focus as many of our corps on one section of their line as possible to kind of create a wedge in the Russian line where we could punch our cavalry through and ideally isolate one portion of the Russian army. We were trying to kind of push their forces towards the kind of the northwest so they could be ultimately defeated in detail, if not during this battle, then, you know, contextually in the interest of the future. So I think the mission started off fairly well. I think really at the end of the day, the Russian player, I think they did a really nice job maximizing their defense. I think it was more concentrated than I anticipated that it was going to be. I was hoping that their forces might be a little bit more disparate to give us more of a chance to kind of punch some holes through there. So I thought for sure sending basically 4 corps to attack Schloeditten that we would get through there. But based on whatever the conditions were, the weather, the dispositions, etc., I mean, the Russians did a phenomenal job. Our real goal was to take that town and advance our cavalry to Schloeditten. So I can't say that this is in any way even a tactical success, much let alone a strategic victory. So kudos to the Russian side. It was a real tough position to be in. I mean, we were outnumbered. We needed to attack. So I definitely rolled the dice. I knew this was going to be a risky approach. But yeah, I rolled the dice there to hope for a big reward.
Red Baron, quickly. I've just been kicked out of the game.
Yeah, sorry, I handed over host to
to me, but they crashed in the very second, so you might have to send me a module.
Yeah. It won't be approved by Steam in time. Never mind.
I will.
I will have to dip for 5 minutes soon, but we'll just keep this rolling through. Alright, are you done, Napoleon?
Yes, just want to say thanks to everybody. Really nice game, good communication. Thanks for the effort. I mean, you certainly didn't get slapped around for a lack of determination. So thank you for supporting.
Thank you for the great plan. It's nice. I enjoyed it.
All right. The Russian CSC Bennington. If you could describe your plan and.
My general plan was to sit on the defensive and let the French come to us. But once Lestock and his Prussians arrived, I wanted to launch a in echelon attack from the right, from Althoff, and potentially just roll up their entire flank as they assault forward into our main line. But things didn't quite go that way. But that's battle for you. Nothing goes according to plan.
Where did you expect our attack to be, or did you have any specific point you thought we would push for?
I was expecting an attack in the centre where you eventually launched your entire cavalry charge. Because the ground there is just too dominant not to attempt to take it. But I was also expecting more effort to be made from the south. From the direction of Klein, Salzgarten.
Yeah, it's definitely a possible strategy that I considered, but I just felt like it would have been such a circuitous route, and the road system is so isolated down there.
Yeah.
It didn't make a lot of sense to me to try to go that way.
Yeah, because one thing I knew is we would have the superiority in artillery, because Russians love their guns.
Yeah, I was certainly hoping that with the bad weather, it was going to support my just getting in your face, where I hopefully you least expected it. But I don't know how much the weather covered our assault and helped it succeed in any way.
I think it concealed the vast majority of your movements, at least from my perspective. However, I don't think it gave you as much cover as it could have. But I don't think I have any other points to make.
Alright. We will start running down, starting with the French 3rd Corps, so Devout, and we'll run down to the 4th, 6th, 7th Imperial Guard and Cavalry, and then we'll move on to the Russians. So, 3rd Corps, call for blue. If Devout is still here.
No. Yes.
Where is Devout? Is Devout not here? Devout.
I don't think Davu's here.
No, Davu is not here. Alright. We'll move on then to Nate. No, sorry, Salt.
Well, first of all, I like the plan. I like Napoleon's idea here. Nice and aggressive. That's what I'm all about. I like to just push in aggressively. That's kind of how I command my troops. We moved away. Visibility for me was quite shitty, I believe. We kind of ran into a battery, like 4 batteries pretty early that fucked me up a little bit. But my plan was basically to push and fix the enemies in place so the left could push to whatever that town Schloditten is called. So my whole plan was to just be as aggressive as possible to try to draw some of your forces from the right to me. Whether it succeeded, I don't know. But yeah, so from the get-go, I was pretty aggressive. It kind of resulted in my divisions getting shot up pretty early, but I think I did decently well. And right as two of my divisions were gonna break, Murat was there to save me, who unexpectedly came to my aid. I thought it was gonna be punching through on the left more, but there it was, and yeah, that's kind of how it went for me. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a lot of fun for me. That's
Lovely.
it for fourth.
All right. Nay, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, great plan. Really loved it. Really simple, very straightforward. And yeah, basically, I was at the very left, at the very west, and I waited for most of the game, trying to bombard the enemy. And I really did. I think I did. I did a big charge at the end. Basically, my whole infantry was intact when I started my attack, and within an hour, it was completely spent. So I'm glad the night came. But yeah, I had a bloody assault after a long time of calm.
Lovely. From Lightning John, I should tell you that he suggests you should have attacked earlier instead of having lunch. That's just his feedback on this one.
Oh no! But you need lunch.
Lunch is really important.
I believe Ojvo is next.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, I'm here. Hello. Yeah, great plan. I like the plan, to be honest. But I was mostly on the right, and the right was it was pretty as Baron has said before, it was mostly a skirmish one, and at the end, I kind of threw half of my core to quote unquote to support back, which was kind of off the plan. But other than that, yeah, I enjoyed it, even though I kind of went off. Very nice game. Enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. And Nay, can you mute yourself because there are some noises in your background? As for the next one, is Lefebvre still here? I don't think Lefebvre is here. Is Morale there? There's Morale. Hello. If you want to have a word. Just the eternal silence. All right. I'll take
I guess we took a lot of casualties on this one. A lot of command casualties.
Oh, yeah, and Mira, if you do want to have a word, then yeah, now's the time. If not,
yeah. Sorry, I thought I was going last. Yeah. So we spent the first few turns waiting for the traffic jam to clear up. The plan was for our side to stick to the roads, especially the cavalry, due to unfavorable conditions. So we really couldn't get anywhere for like at least 2 turns. Maybe we could have moved earlier. I'm not sure. But I assumed command, and I decided that my dispatches asking people to clear the road weren't working. So we improvise, and I decided to take the other highway north, where I ran into Su and his men, and I saw that they were on the verge of breaking. I heard there were enemies on our eastern flank as well, but I made a call that it was probably a diversionary force, and they were more concentrated around the center. So I decided that the only option was to lead a cavalry charge in the center and try to pierce through the enemy line and hopefully save the day. And then I decided that my men would not follow me or would not follow my orders unless I took part in the cavalry charge myself. So I decided to lead the vanguard, and I told Su that he would command my men in the event of my likely death. And then I gave a big old speech to inspire my men.
It did nothing, by the way. Yes.
Yeah.
God damn it! It sounded awesome.
They
And then,
couldn't oppose when I showed up. I mean, I
and
ended up
then,
taking.
yeah. So then my men smashed into the enemy line, and that's basically the last I knew of what happened with the battle. Because yeah, I lost my hand and I'm out.
Uh, your umpire has left a message for you. It goes, "Tell Murat that he's very brave, but not as smart."
That probably sums up Mura in one sentence.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, good plan. I did what I could. Tried to improvise. Probably failed, but it was fun.
All right. We can go on to the second core for the Russians. Tolstoy.
Yeah. So for second core, I was sort of sandwiched on the hills between fifth and third, which meant that I wasn't really going to be doing a lot of maneuvering or moving really at all. It was mostly just hold the ground, hang on against any attacks that come. And initially that went very well. There was a bit of a French advance of a few brigades that got driven off pretty easily, which was very nice. Although just immediately after that, I got a message from Third Corps saying, "Beware French cavalry." And having just driven off the infantry, couldn't see any other French units in front of me. And then the very next screenshot, there was an entire cavalry corps crashing into my line, which was a bit unexpected. And at that point, it really just became a bit of a tangled mess. I attempted to use my cavalry that had been in reserve and throw them into the flank of the French, but they got tangled up with some French infantry that was moving in adjacent to the French cavalry, which maybe helped slow down the French in some form or some fashion. But the whole thing just became, by and large, really a confused brawl, and from my perspective, it probably could have tipped one way or the other. The Prussians came up right at the very end, and I think that helped stabilize everything very nicely. That was the second core fight.
Third core.
Yeah. So, my part in the plan was basically to just hold the line that I was holding before the start of the battle. So, and it was quite a success for me until the Murat's cavalry charge. Yeah, I pushed back, I believe, the Sult's corps.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, with the swift bayonet counter-charge after your infantry attempted to charge my artillery batteries. So basically, I beaten the Sult's infantry, and then Murat's cavalry arrived. I was some kind of sense. I don't know how to say, like, hinted me that there should be a French cavalry attack somewhere around me. And I've sent a dispatch to the second corps about it. And the next dispatch I sent said that my forces are overrun and the second corps should cover their flank. So basically, after that, my forces were just delaying the French cavalry and exhausting them. Basically, I lost my entire corps or division. It is exhausted. It is beaten. Took heavy casualties, but stopped the French cavalry charge, French cavalry push, and allowed the reserve of Kaminsky to execute a counterattack. So that's it.
Thank you. Fourth corps.
So I was the connector between the third corps who just spoke and the seventh who was on the left flank, and my job was to hold this connection and hold the line basically. In the first hours of the battle, I I defended against an isolated French infantry attack, and then for the most part of the fighting, it was just dealing with the cavalry charge that barely almost not struck me. So I was able to deploy my cavalry reserve and infantry to try to mitigate the damage, as I was seeing as entire units of artillery and infantry disintegrated in front of the French dragoons. But luckily and knowingly, we had another fresh corps in reserve in the center. And at the start of the battle, I and another corps gave two cuirassier formations to the CIC, who also had them in reserve. So while the French attack is successful, French cavalry charge, it ultimately will bog down in this confused melee between artillery, infantry, and cavalry, and this plays mostly into our hands, because if the entire French army is occupied in the center, then we are free to move or unaffected far left and right flanks around them and try to envelop them. But the saving grace is the fact that it's winter and that night sets fairly early at 5 o'clock. So the French escaped disaster of their own making, though to their credit, they've beaten us fairly well as well. So that's my story.
Alright, thank you. Fifth Corps.
So basically we were just standing, holding the line, lost some of our artillery batteries in the artillery duel. Then we were just standing and waiting for the enemy attack. Then there was something like a strange stuff when there was like a gap. We sent someone there. Then there's a gap between me and 8th. We need to send someone there. Then, but we managed to hold the line, and luckily the Prussians arrived. So our flank was secured. That's all, I think.
Just the Fifth Corps. I forgot that we had second commands. Does the Fifth Corps second in command have anything to add, or? Guess not. Seventh Corps.
Oh, okay. Well, I was in the far left flank, right? So I was just kind of there for a first little while. I decided just to hold because our orders were to wait and kind of defend. And like I doubted that they would put much forces against me because the terrain is really rough and kind of far from where they start out. But I just wanted to be careful because I didn't like if I get routed, then it opens up the flank, right? So I just kind of sent out scouts at the beginning, had a little cavalry skirmish, and then sort of just slowly moved my artillery and then the infantry down and around that lake. Eventually, we came into contact with the infantry, and the infantry just retreated. So yeah, it just took me a very long time to, I don't know, kind of carefully and methodically make my way down there to try to pressure their flank. And eventually, I think if we had been given 1 more hour, I could have burned their whole baggage train. You know, because we were up against their artillery with 3 infantry divisions, and I think we were about to, we were about to get their baggage train, but yeah, game impact.
Alright, and then the 8th Corps.
I was the 8th Corps on the Russian far right. Spent, as Nay said, spent a good portion of the battle staring at each other across the river valley. I did have scouts out most of the battle to the west, southwest of Altov. And if anything, I was really surprised that the French didn't take advantage of their, if not numerical, then at least unit superiority. Many of the Russian divisions or corps, whatever you want to call them, only had 3 maneuverable blocks, and the French, most of them have double that. And spent a good portion of the battle looking out for that flank, just because I feared Murat would try a flank through Altaf and maybe even completely around us to Schmodden. But that never came. The French really, if I'm being blunt, I think it was a mistake to try and just match us straight up when there are roads up to Altaf and then even behind us that can threaten and force us to maneuver. But in the end, as Nate said, it boiled down to, I think, 2 hours of actual fighting on that flank. That I think on the Russian side, I think we were in a much better position to win that. I think even more overwhelmingly than what has been hinted at before, especially with how poorly the rest of the battlefield was going for the French. But yeah, it was a solid plan by the Russian CIC just to let the French decide how this battle was going to be fought. I do think it would have been much more of a struggle for us if they forced us into a maneuver battle. But that's all I got.
All right. I believe it's Marshall for the 14th Corps.
Yeah, I was in reserve, and normally I find things to complain about because complaining is my superpower. But in this particular case, I found a number of things that went really, really well, that players did well. I can't comment too much on the French side, but I will say whoever played Murat did a really good job with that cavalry attack. I think the attack was relatively well formed. I think it was preceded by some sort of infantry or artillery bombardment or attack or whatever, which is the right way to do it. I like the way that medium cavalry went out first to kind of soften up the line and screen and protect the heavy cavalry, the cuirassiers, which maximizes the impact of the cuirassiers because they're intact and well formed when they actually make contact with that weakened front line. So whoever Murat was, you did a really good job running your cavalry, and if that was your decision, you should be Murat in our grand game coming up in January. Other things that went well was the commander-in-chief did a very good job placing everything. So from the very start, the placements were excellent. Placing the reserve where he did, putting me where he put me was obviously a good choice. I was close enough to respond quickly when needed. He correctly put me into position behind the 3rd Corps, division, whatever, and then gave me the authority to, the task and the purpose, if you will, to backstop the 3rd and, if necessary, kind of move in. I was able to do excellent teamwork with the 3rd. The 3rd did everything very, very well. All the orders they give were excellent, and even my umpire was a solid umpire. So I think a lot of things went really well. I can't really complain about anything, and I'm just very proud of how everybody did. And at the end of the day, this speaks volume to our lead umpire, who is Red Baron, who I want to compliment for his outstanding work in putting together and running the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I believe it's the Prussians to finish off.
I mean, there's not that much to say. Our original plan was a little bit derailed when I didn't arrive from the Königsberg Road. The only decision I made during the battle was basically to use the cavalry to basically just leave behind the infantry and go forward. As it was already mentioned, I was able to destroy, I think, 2 Hussar units on the left flank of the French army, and I think basically that was my whole contribution to the fight.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Awesome. Thank you all. And I'd like to open up to my umpires to give comment or give what they would like if they wish.
I guess I can. Oh, there you go ahead.
Yeah. So this was the first game I umpired in. And what I want to say, it's like really easy to umpire. It looks really scary, but when you actually do it, it's really easy. Now, what I wanted to say as well, that the cavalry charge in the center was the really good moment, because the French infantry was repulsed at that point, and then the entire French cavalry charged in, so the Russians didn't really like expect it. I was surprised as well, so really good job for the Murat player. And that's about everything I have to say. The battle in the middle was a pain. It was a lot of rolls, but that's okay.
Alright, anyone else?
I guess I can go ahead. I effectively just managed all the dispatches, which actually amounted to quite a lot, 140 in total. With the coalition forces having slightly more dispatches than the French. Just a thing to point out, the person with the most dispatches and the most hate for me, no, not hate, but would be Tolstoy from the Second Corps. I used a total of 21 dispatches, which actually is quite a lot, considering that some others have 1 or even 0.
Oh wow!
So, well
Sorry
done
for
there.
making you look.
Oh, that's fine, no worries. That's effectively all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
It was a fine game. I enjoyed it. It was a leisurely experience, for I wasn't in charge of any heavy stuff. But what happened was quite nice, and everyone did a great job. The players were um, exceptionally patient, which is a virtue. Thank you, everyone, for the game.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or do you finish up?
So, sorry, Red Baron, I want to take a word for a second. I forgot to thank my umpire for the most of the game, Beans. It was a pleasure to work with you today. And I would also want to thank Hendrix for handling all these dispatches that were flying around. You did a great job. Thank you. And that's all from me.
Alright. Is there anyone else?
I want to say umpires did a great job. The umpire for me he has left, but I want to comment on the great detail of the reports and that they try to clarify and coordinate what I meant. So I really appreciate the understanding and the communication empathy they had with the players. This was one of the best games with umpires that I've had.
I would like
All right, I want to wrap up the live stream. We're basically done. Obviously, a lot of thankfulness and gratitude to all of the people who chose to umpire and who did work in putting together this outstanding event. So I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank all of you who came on to view the episode. I want to let you know once again that we do have a grand game coming up on January 25th of 2025. And if you want to participate in that, make sure you join the International Kriegsspiel Society. Get yourself into a few games so you kind of know how this works, and you'll be able to... Well, there we go. Kind of hard to... There we go. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Well, I guess it's not going to work. Testing, 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 testing. Desktop audio, audio input. Testing, 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 testing. This seems to be a... Alright, well, it's just over.